right, we're ready.
Freezing rain, it is coming down, and look at the wave, folks. You're thinking, oh, this is going to last an hour or two. Look how far south it goes. It goes all the way back to I-20. Okay, that is west of Dallas, south of Dallas, over here towards Abilene. Now, the heavy part of this, the heaviest, is now in northwest Texas. So that is a lot of real estate. That is a lot of sleet. That is a lot of ice, and it is all the way running from south to north, and it's going to overspread about 70 to nearly 80% of Oklahoma. You folks in the northwest, you miss out in the panhandle. It's going to be a razor-sharp line from Enid back to Clinton, back down towards Mangum, but anywhere north and east of that line, oh yeah, it is game on today. All right, so this is everything underneath this big shield, okay? Let's go ahead and start out in southwestern Oklahoma here. Let's get a reflectivity out of FDR if we can. We start off in the metro, that's just as good. And again, what we're looking at here is the darker blues. That's going to be the heavier precip. Now we flip Next Gen Live, our million-watt radar, back to what looks like just rain. And it is. It's freezing rain, but also pockets of heavy sleet overspreading the metro. And once it starts, it won't take long before the roads start to go downhill. They're going to get slick, and then they're just going to get really bad. And that's going to happen very, very quickly. So if you're thinking, I'm going to leave the house now and run from Luther over to Edmond or Edmond out to Piedmont, you might be able to get there, I think, over the next hour, but coming home in 2 hours or 3, no, that's going to be a big problem, as this is going to put a heavy glaze of sleet and freezing rain across every square inch of Oklahoma City. And again, we're going to pick up some ice in Oklahoma City. The plan is not enough ice to bring down tree limbs and power lines and things like that, but enough that it's just going to make the roads just a flash freeze in a big, big hurry. Okay, let's back out of this just a bit here and kind of give you the overview. It's almost a Kingfisher. It's almost a Guthrie. This is all light to moderate freezing rain and sleet. We've had lightning in here. In that one view, we've had 4 lightning strikes, so not that many. We had more down south, but it looks like the lightning has decreased just a little bit. This activity, the big wave, this is wave 1, racing northeast at nearly 60 miles per hour. It is northeast bound and down, and it's going to go all the way to Tulsa. When you blink, you wake up, and it'll be in Tulsa here shortly. And the I-44 to Tulsa is going to be a mess. I-35 northbound is going to be a mess. I-35 southbound is already a mess, so don't travel southbound now. It's too late. You missed it. Don't travel westbound. You missed it. I-44 to Chickasha, too late. Stay home. Down to Lawton, down to Frederick, and then we have more lightning still coming out of these cells down here in Quanah and Frederick over towards Berkman Neck, Texas. That is a tremendous amount of freezing rain and pockets of sleet mixed in. Purcell, Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, Sulphur, Wanette. It's headed northeast. It's going to Seminole. It's going to Holdenville. It's going to Wewoka. It's going to Cromwell. Everybody gets this except for the far west and the far northwest. It's a little bit spotty out here. All right, that's the way it looks currently. So big time stuff going on. Let's go to our trackers now. Let's check in with, let's get in it. Let's go to Jeremy Carter again. He's in the southwest metro. Get an update from Jeremy. Jeremy, give me an update. What do you think?
Yeah, David, sleet covered, light freezing rain falling. I would say moderate to heavy sleet at times. Take a look at this. This is Interstate 44. I'm getting off the Bailey Turnpike now, entering the Tri-City area. You got sleet-covered roads, and no doubt we got ice also on the blacktop. Back to you, David.
All right, great job, Jeremy. So, again, Jeremy, Southwest Metro, coming northeast, roads getting slick. They're going to get worse, a lot worse, before they get better. Let's check in with Brandon. He's down in Purcell, and, oh, boy, there you go. Shot of the day right there so far. Brandon, you have sleet, and it's stacking up. It's piling up. Go ahead, give me an update.
Yeah, David, that's right. We just pulled off in Purcell to get a little bit of diesel, and this parking lot is a sheet of ice. It is so slick to walk on. All the sleet that fell is being compounded with a mixture of freezing rain in with it. So, you know, you just take the little bit of traction that you did have from the sleet and then add a little bit of liquid to that, and it instantly flash freezes. So it's just a solid glaze of ice all through Purcell, and it just continues to come down. Back to you.
Okay, so folks at home, this is what Oklahoma City is going to look like over the next 1 to 2 to 3 hours, just like that. The sleet not melting, piling up, sleet is as bad or worse than freezing rain in a way because it packs down. It instantly melts a little bit because the ground is still relatively warm speaking, but then it goes to a flash freeze. It turns into solid ice in a matter of 10, 15, 20 minutes. And this is just the beginning. So that's what's coming into Oklahoma City. That's what's coming up I-35. That's what's coming up I-44. And who is that? Who just...
That's Sammy doing.
That's Sammy. He's one of our storm trackers with Brandon.
Doing a little bit of ice skating.
Everybody's having fun today. Anyway.
Congrats.
Yeah, he's live, but he's having a good time. Lace, going to be a long morning, and this is just wave one.
This is just the beginning. This is wave number one that's still making its way up to the north and east. The latest track on the kind of leading edge of the precip coming into Prague at 6:51, Okemah 7 a.m., Crescent 7:10, Langston 7:15, and Depew by 7:20. For folks that are driving from the north to the south into this, you're going highway speeds, interstate speeds, and as you hit that precip, it is going to be slick and hazardous. Road conditions now slick and hazardous across the entire southwest. Slick spots developing in the metro, and this shield just continues up to the northeast. This is wave number one. As David mentioned, this is ongoing now. The next wave's out over the Rockies. So what will happen is as we get through mid-morning, the precip starts to let up in the metro and in the southwest, and it becomes light. It may end for a while. We may have some freezing drizzle, and for much of the afternoon, this is quickly pressing to the east. It ends, but overnight tonight, after midnight, the precip starts back up. Heavy freezing rain, heavy sleet, that continues through the mid-morning and then presses into eastern Oklahoma. We'll have a little light snow on the backside. Ice-covered cameras now, 13 degrees, bless you, Lacey. Wind chill is -7. Temperatures teens and single digits in the northwest. So as that rain is falling and sleet is falling, it's falling into Arctic air and it's freezing on contact with the pavement, the power lines, and your windshield, okay? As we go through the day, wind chills will stay close to 0. So hour by hour today, what you see is what you get pretty much as far as temperatures are concerned. Wind chills stay near 0, but the precip does wind down and come to an end. We're still expecting, when you combine wave 1, wave 2, 1/10 of an inch, 2/10 of an inch of freezing rain, 2/10 to an inch to 1/2 of an inch down in southern Oklahoma, and points to the east, and still looks like some bullseyes is up to 3/4 of an inch to the east. Heavy sleet, as our trackers have been showing, makes for the travel very, very difficult. Roads passable, but barely when you get this much sleet, especially down to the south, 1/2 of an inch, some areas 1.5 inches. I do think we'll still see power outages. This thing's just getting going, and those lines and tree limbs are becoming weighted down. Winds do relax some into the evening, but power bumps, power outages, and then possibly more widespread outages to the east. So this morning, it's here. 100% chance continues through the morning, tapers off into the afternoon, but temperatures stay well below 32. We'll check back in with our trackers. We'll get an update across the state of the conditions. The latest timeline is coming up. Stick with us.
Tell you what, I'd hate to run off the road up here anywhere. These little ravines are so stinking deep. Easier to wolf down on. Okay. I'm gonna go back to one of the brides.
There'll be a Casey's up here. That's where we'll stop. I may have to take the car in and buy us some drinks while you're in there. Name of that Claude calls me. He's such a sweet guy. There's just some people are just so amazing. Continuous coverage. Yep, it's slickery. Don't know if you can tell. What? Sleet hurts. Take my coat off when we get up here. We got a pretty roasty in this truck. I have to keep the ice off the windshield.
Oklahoma's own News 9 starts now with winter weather.
Oh, and that winter storm has moved right on into the metro, just as like our weather team said it was going to.
Let's get over to David Payne, talk about where we are and what's coming, Dave.
Well, we're in trouble. That's what's going on right now. We have a lot of ice and sleet moving in. This is the South Metro now coming into Oklahoma City, and we are in full-on hammer mode. The ground is frozen. Even though the sun's going to come up, the sun's rays will not be able to really penetrate and do much good for us this morning, okay? Things might get a little bit better later this afternoon, but man, this morning we are in it to win it, but we're not going to win this one. The weather wins always on a day like today. All right, let's go to Links 1. We'll check in with our trackers coming up. Here comes the big wave of a little bit of everything here, okay? You're going to have freezing rain, which will put a glaze down on everything, and then we have sleet. You can hear sleet hitting the window. Freezing rain is simply rain that falls that freezes on contact. We have some of that combined with the sleet, and those two things together are a double whammy, and that's why the roads are going to shut down. That's already happened. South Metro down to Chickasha and Lawton. The roads down here are horrible, and that horrible, again, bomb is coming right up I-44 into the metro, and it's going to go right to Tulsa. It's going to Stillwater. Oklahoma City west and south is going to shut down. Now, Clinton westward, you're not going to get as much. The roads out there will not be as bad, but from Oklahoma City to Altus to Lawton to Ardmore to Ada to Henrietta, we will take the brunt of this storm now, and then it will spread into northeastern and eastern Oklahoma as your morning moves along. It is moving quickly. Okay, let's start in the southwest down here and take a look at again, we're looking at ice, that's freezing rain, and sleet, and at times it is heavy. Look at the lightning down here. The lightning has decreased a little bit here in the last half hour, but we have thunder, sleet, and freezing rain crossing the Red River all the way back to Sayre and Elk City. You're not going to get as much out here, but you're going to get enough to still give you some travel problems there. And then as you move east, it is heavier. Oklahoma City, we're getting nailed. We are the bullseye right now, but it goes all the way back into northern Texas, okay? Down I-35, Pauls Valley, it's racing northeast at 60 miles per hour. Let's zoom into Oklahoma City. Talking about Chickasha across the metro. This is all freezing rain and sleet, pockets of heavy sleet. It's a glaze, and then on top of that, you're throwing some sleet just for fun, and the sleet's stacking up, the ice is stacking up, and that's why it is shutting down now. And it's going right across Oklahoma City, moving in from the west and southwest there. A little closer shot. Let's take a look at it here, and there you go. So that's, again, light. Starts out light, like no big deal. And then it gets heavier, and this is all, again, ice and freezing rain and sleet on top of that. Let's go to our trackers. Let's check in with, let's go to Brandon Pennell. He is down south now, and there you go. Here's our problem. There's I-35. Brandon, give us an update on road conditions. Simply, they're not good, and they're getting worse minute by minute.
Yeah, David, that's right. We're coming northbound out of Purcell into and, you know, the wind has done a little bit of a job of blowing some of the sleet off. You know, you can see patches of what you think is concrete, but that is ice because there is freezing rain mixed in with this sleet. I'd say we're about 60-40 right now. The rain is fairly light in that 40%, but it's just adding insult to injury and almost impossible to keep our windshield clear of ice just accumulating on it. So we're having to pull over every now and then to clean it just so we can see. Back to you. Yeah,
that's a problem. So what he's saying is it's so cold, the heater's on full blast on the windshield, but it's so cold that it cannot overcompensate for the coldness going on, so your windshield becomes covered in ice. Even though your windshield wipers are flipping and flopping and your heater is on, it doesn't matter. You're going to get a glaze, which will reduce your visibility. Okay, let's go to Hank Brown, get an update from Hank. He's in the southwest metro, down just north of Moore or in Moore. Let's get an update from him. And Hank, there you go. Not good travel. It is here, and wow. Well, that's gone downhill quickly.
Yeah, it didn't take long. It's pretty heavy sleet showers that have been coming through here, and there is a little bit of freezing rain that's mixed into it. Just like Brandon was saying, it just ices everything over pretty quick. It's actually, the travel's not too bad right here because the sleet has come down and it's pretty deep. But as you get closer to these intersections, it's been packed down a little bit more, and it's turning into a sheet of ice. So it's a mixed bag out here this morning. If you have to get out, really take your time and be cautious. Back to you, David.
All right, Oklahoma, so here you go. This is southwest Oklahoma City. This is what Weatherford's going to look like. This is what Chickasha is going to look like. Already does. down to Moore, Norman. And this is Sleet. And give this an hour or two. This is going to kind of melt in and pack in, and it's going to get so much worse. Sleet is horrible. It's better than ice because it doesn't bring down power lines and trees and things like that. But, man, for the roads, no. Give it an hour or two, and it is all downhill for sure. Okay, let's go to Links 1, and let me show you what's going on here as far as talking about the road conditions. And this big area of purple, another hour, that's going to be sweeping through Stillwater. Another hour and a half, it's going to be blasting through Tulsa. The purple are basically sleet-covered roads and ice-covered roads, and it's spreading from the southwest to the northeast. So you folks in Enid, Ponca City, Stillwater, you have a little time left, but the big purple blob, which is not what you want, that'll be overhead as it moves in from the south. Another problem, if you get in an accident and you have to get out or whatever, you don't want to. Temperatures are in the teens, single digits. The wind blowing from the north at 30 to 40 miles per hour west of I-35, and dangerous wind chills right now, folks. That's a whole nother story, running at 10 to 15 below zero. All right, so let's track it. Here it is. Here's that ice and sleet moving in. Here we are at 8 o'clock. And the model here is doing a pretty good job sweeping into Stillwater, sweeping into just south of Enid. Notice not much in the west, or very, very light frozen precip in the west. This is a big area of ice or freezing rain and sleet. And then from there, it races northeast, goes into Bartlesville, Tulsa, Henrietta. So I-44 to Tulsa, it's going to get bad and real bad. Just like I-35 southbound to Ardmore. I-35 northbound is going to get bad. It's already happening here in Oklahoma City. I-40 westbound will be bad all the way to Clinton. And then once you get west of Clinton, it'll get a little bit better, but still Altus, Mangum, Lawton, roads are simply bad down here. And remember, this is wave 1. Wave 2 comes in as we get into tonight. So this is wave 1 moving out. Now watch what happens here. Now we still might see some freezing drizzle this afternoon and this evening. Sure, that'll just make things worse. The next wave of precip comes in here as we get into tonight. So Lace, I don't know. Wave 1 so far is a barn burner. Big one already.
Definitely. It's producing very heavy freezing rain, heavy sleet, and we're going to get more, as you mentioned, on round number 2 coming in. So when you combine both waves, a glaze of ice from Clinton to Kingfisher to Enid, back up to Ponca City, for we have the pink from Altus to Hobart, Chickasha, including the Oklahoma City Metro, 1/10 of an inch to 2/10 of an inch of freezing rain. I think we're going to see some pretty significant totals in southern Oklahoma. It'll be a mix of freezing rain and sleet, so I've kind of broken this apart into 2. Freezing rain, and then you get over into far eastern Oklahoma, 1/10 of an inch, 2/10 of an inch, up to 3/4 of an inch of freezing rain. Sleet, 1/2 of an inch in the metro, up to that amount, and that's what our trackers are already showing in portions of southern Oklahoma, and there'll be bullseyes from Lawton to Ada, McAllister, up to an inch, maybe even up to 2, depending on your location. Power outages still a concern as we go through the day today into tomorrow. As far as widespread outages where we have that heavier icing, that's where we'll have those issues down to the south and southeast. Temperatures through the day today stay in the teens. Wind chills will stay close to 0 or below 0, and round number 1 winds down. Temperatures only in the teens for highs. Guys, round number 2 tonight and tomorrow, we'll stay with that. But right now, we're in the thick of things with this first round of heavy freezing rain and sleet. We'll check back in with our trackers coming up. Back to you at the desk.
All right, thanks so much. And we need to see how the roads are doing across the metro, and they are getting worse. Here's Hannah Scholl with the update.
Yeah, as that precip moves in, hold on, let me fix my graphics really quick. As that precip moves in, we're starting to see those road conditions go downhill quickly. We do have an accident on I-35 headed northbound. This is in the Norman, just south of Norman, really, in Lindsay and Tecumseh, that exit right there. The roadway is blocked. We do have a backup, but of course, you should not be headed out the door this morning because roads are bad and getting worse. And let's take a look around the metro with these cameras. Our Norman cam is completely frozen over. On our OCCC cam, you see people are starting to slow down. They were moving way too fast just a little bit earlier. That's I-44 there. Our SSM health cam showing people still in my opinion, moving a little bit too fast. I-40 in Douglas there. And our Regency cam showing that low cloud deck as the precip starts to move into the metro. These are your current road conditions. Don't worry about the color because this is actually sleet covered roadways. There is no color for sleet, so it's showing up as snow. But through the metro, as that sleet starts to come down, it is sleet covered, and then heavy sleet further down on I-44 through Blanchard, Chickasha, Anadarko, all through there. And then further south and west you go, just the worse it gets in Lawton. We have ice-covered roadways, Apache, Rush Springs, Pauls Valley. I-35 is just going to be a complete mess all day long. It's already moving very slow, and of course we already have that accident as well. I'll have more updates back here, and stay with us on News 9.
All right, Hannah, thank you so much. Want to give you the latest on power outages. We already have some popping up. Here are the latest across the state. 461, the majority of those PSO in the southwest Oklahoma area. So this winter weather already having an impact, and crews expect those numbers to go up, so we'll stay on top of them.
Let's see how our crews are doing on the roadways. Let's go to Jordan Daphne. She's on I-35 on the south side of the metro. Jordan, exactly where are you and how's it looking?
We're on I-35 southbound. We just passed the Tecumseh Road exit, mile marker 112. We're on our way to a reported accident, so we're going to be taking a look at that. What I'm noticing is, this car to my right is kind of cruising by pretty quickly, but other than that, people have started to slow down. You can see that you can kind of see some of the road because some of the wind drift has kind of moved that away, and then with the cars going by, it's moved some of that ice off to the side a little bit. But on side streets, I really can't see the lines in the roads already. Everything is white. So that's something to be aware of as you're heading out the door this morning. Things are definitely going to start to get slick, and we'll keep you updated as we see any incidents and things like that. That's all I have for now. I'm News 9's Jordan Daphne, sending it back to you guys.
Jordan, thank you so much. And we want to show you a couple of different cameras across the metro as we shuffle through these. This is our Chickasha camera. It was the first one to freeze up on the Pike Pass Skycam network. You can see the wind whipping the flag in the background. That picture a little clearer now, but it's touch and go really with all that precip that's falling. Again, that's the Chickasha camera.
You know, our weather gang talking about the wind chills out there this morning. Brutal. It feels like -7 degrees. And look, this is our Norman cam. That's I-35 over on the right-hand side, and our cam frozen up in that area. Really, the system started moving from the south, coming up to the metro, and here's kind of on the northwest side of the metro.
Looks like that's our Integris cam. That's Northwest Expressway right at Lake Hefner Parkway, and you can see the sleet in this picture. That's the white stuff on the roads right there. Please do not try to go regular speeds. That's the biggest advice from emergency crews out there. Here's another live look. Just kind of the same story across the metro, really, and with this wind chill of feels like 7 degrees in the metro basically right now, so 25 to 30 mile per hour winds. It's a big factor.
That's our OCCC cam, and so that's the airport. At this point, all flights are moving along fine, everything coming in fine. That could change with this storm that's moved in. You definitely want to check Fly OKC if you are heading out of Will Rogers today.
We're also checking in with our crews out on the roads. Want to go to Caleb Califano. Caleb, where are you? How are things looking?
Well, we are on I-44 West right now. We passed the airport around 10 minutes ago. I can tell you that the roads here are completely sleet covered. It is dangerous right now. Westbound, the traffic is not as bad as eastbound with people coming into the city. But as you can see this truck in front of me, a lot of people are still driving normal speeds. It is going to be dangerous out here. People definitely need to watch out, especially around those bridges. And we actually got gas at an on-queue not too long ago, and I can tell you that it's slippery at the gas stations as well. We actually saw a car hit another car and just drive off because of how slick it is around these streets. So you definitely want to watch out because it's only going to get more dangerous as we head into the morning rush hour. Back to you.
All right, Caleb Califano on the southwest side of Oklahoma City, right at Southwest 149th Street. Keep it here. More team coverage of this winter storm.
Whether you like it or not. Hey. So that accident, David, was on Tecumseh Road? All right, I'll just go back to the west side. And you're right. All right, then I will head westbound. Yeah, we're getting ready to get a ton more, man. This is gonna keep piling up.
Roads have gone from nothing to horrible, and that includes here in Oklahoma City, and they're just going to get worse. The sleet is going to eventually cover this up. There won't be any lanes of traffic to look at, right? You won't see any of the pavement because the sleet is going to overspread this along with the freezing rain, and the roads here in Oklahoma City getting worse by the minute. Let's go to Val Castor. He's coming in from the north side now, up in the Edmond area. Let's get an update from Val. He's at I-35 and the Kilpatrick Turnpike, it looks like. And Val, you're just on the northern side of the heavy precip. It's going to be a long morning, long day ahead. Go ahead, Val.
Oh, David, I think it's going to be a long, long day ahead, especially in this morning as it's coming up. So right now, David, we're getting moderate sleet falling, and the roads at this point are just now starting to get slick. I just hit my brakes, and it's the first sign of slickness. There is a little bit of light freezing rain being mixed in, but I tell you what, when the rain starts, the freezing rain starts, we're going to have serious problems because all this traffic here, the trucks and everything else, is coming from the north, and they're driving at 70 miles an hour, and they really don't know what's coming up. So let's hope and pray that that doesn't happen, but I think we're in for trouble later on. David, back to you.
All right, great job, Val. So Val and Amy coming in on the north side. You can see the sleet there blowing along. Winds are 30 miles per hour, all right? So not good. They're going to get worse. Traffic is doing 70 outside of the sleet, but traffic is still going a bit on the fast side, even coming into this wall of ice and sleet. So slow it down, take it easy, do not speed. If you speed, you're going to end up in an accident. Guarantee it, okay? Take it to Vegas. It will happen if you go too fast. All right, let's get back to it. Links 1, the difference between freezing rain and sleet. Freezing rain is liquid, right? That freezes onto surfaces. It causes horrible travel if the ground temperatures are cold enough and can cause tree damage and power lines coming down, all the above. We have a little bit of that. We have a lot of that. Freezes before hitting the ground. It's like a very small hailstone. It's ice, very, very small, hazardous driving conditions, and it's not bad for the trees and the power lines. We have more of this today for Oklahoma City, thankfully, than that. All right, so we'll take sleet for sure. Not good for travel, but it sure beats getting an ice storm in here. We already have some ice, but again, could be worse. All right, hey, Lacey, go ahead and advance that for me there on links 1. And
Here
there you go. Perfect. There it is. Oh,
that
man.
was my clicker.
No,
Excuse me, I'm going to grab that.
What happened? What's happening? Who's running here? Why are people running? All right, so again, this is a setup right now. So here it comes, the big wave. And this is wave 1. Remember, the next wave comes out tonight. And we'll do this again, right? So the hits just keep coming. This is nothing but sleet and freezing rain running from Oklahoma City, now coming into Stillwater, back to Hobart, Altus, Lawton, Ardmore, Ada, Atoka. This is the first wave of this major winter storm. And look what's going on in southwestern Oklahoma. It just continues. Pockets of ice and sleet and lightning and thunder. So you're going to hear thunder and be like, oh, hey, what's going on? Yeah, it's a convective system. It's a dynamic system. And just above the surface, we have warm air. That's why we're getting thunder and lightning. That's also why we're getting sleet. The warm air above our heads, several thousand feet up, is producing sleet and lightning and thunder. Out west, it's going on. It's lighter from Sayre to Elk City to Clinton. All across the metro here, I-40 westbound is going downhill quickly. I-35 southbound's a mess. The metro is now beginning to shut down on the roads with the ice and the sleet. Everything racing off to the northeast. And look at that mess across the city. It is not good, as the sleet and the freezing rain will continue. This is going to go on pretty much all morning long. It will get lighter later this morning, but we are now in the thick of this, and this is not going to end anytime soon. All right, so we're tracking it as it races northeast. Roads conditions, the ice and the sleet moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Roads are simply, again, sleet covered, right? And that area will expand north and east. Temperatures in the teens. Wind chills are running below 0. There you are at 8 o'clock in the morning. It is passing Stillwater, going into northern and eastern Oklahoma, and it continues to race to the northeast. That is wave 1 we're talking about there. Wave 2 will come in tonight. So trackers are out. We're watching it carefully. And guys, it's a mess. Lacey, I'll tell you what, it just keeps going and going and going.
It does. And the temperatures are so very cold, as you were mentioning. I put the radar image down with the temperature so you can see across the state. It looks like heavy rain, but as David's mentioning, it's falling into Arctic air. Teens and single digits is what this rain and sleet is falling into, and it is sticking instantly. That's why our tracker shots look like that. Here's how much precip we've picked up. Now, this is a mixture of freezing rain and also sleet. These are radar estimates. They're doing a pretty good job of handling some of those heavier areas. Up to 1/2 inch of freezing rain and sleet from Cooperton to Snyder to Frederick, Waurika, Comanche, up to Pauls Valley, 1/10 inch to 3/10 inch. We've had reports of up to 1/2 inch of freezing rain and sleet, mostly sleet, up near Ada in the metro. Hank Brown was reporting about 1/4 inch of sleet on the south and west sides. And this is with wave number 1. Wave number 1 is all rain and sleet that's falling and sticking to everything. Power lines, tree limbs, your windshield. And at times when you're in some of those heavier bands, our trackers have had problems with their windshields completely icing up. Adds another layer of danger to the current situation. So between noon and 3, the precip really lets up. It winds down, it becomes spotty. We'll still have a chance for light freezing drizzle in the metro coming up for this afternoon and evening, but slick roads will continue. We stay below freezing. Some roads will improve as crews are out treating them, plowing them, more traffic on them. Will melt it a little bit, but still slick and hazardous. As we head into tonight and tomorrow, that's when wave number 2 moves in. Ice covered, sleet covered, 13 degrees is the current temperature. Winds are gusting 25, 35 miles per hour. We've been talking about the impact of the wind in this situation because what that does is causes those power lines to swing and bounce, also causes the tree limbs to just have that much more stress on them. The good thing is more sleet is better. It doesn't coat those surfaces as much. Still coats the roads, but not those elevated surfaces like the tree limbs and the power lines. Temperatures single digits and teens right now, driven by a north wind, 25, 35 miles per hour. Still gusting near 40 in Lawton. And some of those thunderstorms, winds to 40 miles per hour are possible there as well. Wind chills 6 degrees below 0 to 15 degrees below 0 in the northwest. So when you combine this wave and wave number 2, how much freezing rain up to a glaze from Enid to Ponca City back to Clinton, but Hobart, Altus, Chickasha, see how it stair steps up quickly? This is the area where the precip will train with wave number 1 and then wave number 2. Up to 2/10 inch in OKC. This really hasn't changed much, and there'll be some pockets down to the south that get 2/10 to maybe 1/2 inch, but I think it's a mixed bag. It's not all ice. Some areas where we're concerned about it staying all freezing rain is in the far east, and this is the area where we really could have up to 3/4 3/4 of an inch on the high end of freezing rain. We've already seen totals inch plus of sleet down just south of the Red River. We could easily get 1 inch to 1.5 inches from Pauls Valley to Lawton to Ada, back up to Henrietta, back up to Fort Smith. 1/2 inch of sleet here in Oklahoma City. Some areas already have 1/4 of an inch of sleet. So how about power outages? You've prepared, you knew the system was coming, you knew we'd stay below freezing for several days. We still have the chance that some folks lose power as this event continues. This morning through noon will be our strongest winds of the entire system. The winds are pretty light as we head into the overnight hours and stay light to moderate into the day tomorrow. Not extreme, but power bumps, power outages for the zone in green. And if we have widespread issues, it looks to be further to the south and east. Temperatures today staying in the teens. Precip really starts to let up. The wind chill stays near 0 this afternoon. Check it out. Yeah, we don't warm up much at all, maybe 1 degree or 2 when the precip lets up. Tonight, staying in the teens and 20s, and that's when the next round lifts on in. So tonight and tomorrow, here comes more sleet and freezing rain. There'll be some light snow in northwestern Oklahoma. Not going to amount to more than a trace the way it looks. Tomorrow afternoon, 20s around, wind chills in the teens, and your 9-day forecast, guys, teens on the way today. Tonight, the precip continues. Wave number 2 tonight and tomorrow morning. It does wind down midday on your Thursday, and we dry it out. But the roads will still be slick and hazardous. They'll improve some. They will kind of refreeze and stay frozen overnight. Look at the low. Friday morning, 12, 31 in the afternoon. You've got to have those faucets dripping and make sure those ones on the outside walls of your home that you have those faucets with a small stream because these are pipe bursting conditions. Saturday, a light wintry mix. Highs climb above freezing in the afternoon. 52 on Sunday, and then here come the 60s. There are 70s next week. Seems like a world away though, guys, because right now we are in the thick of this winter storm. Back to you.
Feels like what, -7, Lacey, out there?
-7, yes.
Oh my gosh, you've got to bundle up, put an extra blanket in the car if you have to be out. Let's see where our Caleb Califano is. He's on the roadways in the metro right now. Caleb?
Hey, good morning. Well, we are on I-44 eastbound near Southwest 29th, and I can tell you conditions have gone down very rapidly. There is a lot of vehicles on the road right now. Everyone's going around 40 to 45 miles per hour. They're taking it slow. Well, I just want to show you something really quick. We're getting off this exit here on Southwest 29th, and you can see the on and off ramps. If you can see, our shot are completely sleet covered, and at this time, they are very slick. Dangerous. You don't want to get off the interstate or get on the interstate too fast because you will slide if you are not paying attention. And of course, right next to us, these bridges are going to be a major problem as well all morning. But I can tell you on the western side of the metro near the airport, south and north from here, it has gotten much, much worse. We'll keep you updated, and we'll continue on this western side of the metro, and we will let you know what we see. Back to you.
Caleb Califano in southwest Oklahoma City. Caleb, thank you. As you can see from the different shots on the left side of your screen, this sleet is all over the place.
Boy, it has really gone downhill in just the last hour. You can see our cameras there. Team coverage ahead here on 9.
They're really good. And I bet their feathers bounce it all off. Man, oh man. Me, oh my. It's slicker than snot now. Gotta leave an access point. Yep. Oh yeah, when she calls us, let's go do it the next day.
That way it's not like all kind of
Y'all was real good and fat on there. I want to find a grade. Hey, Brandon. Do you know where Robinson is, where it intersects the flood? If you're going like east from Robinson to Norman, there's an underpass under those railroad tracks. And there's a three-way right there, and there's a stoplight at the bottom of the hill. If you want to catch some regs in live action, that is always a great place to go. Because all of those, there's a stop sign that's got multiple grades coming into it.
Out this morning, they're going to be out today, they're going to be out tonight for the next wave, and even into tomorrow. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of winter weather coverage. It's a mess. The Metro, we're not completely shut down yet, but we're getting there. If you have to get out and about, you got to go slow, you got to go easy. Do not be in a hurry, right? The sleet for now, you're getting a little bit of traction out of that, but as the morning moves along, the sleet will give away. It's going to pack in, it's going to melt in a little bit and become solid, and then travel will not be good at all. I think the sleet just keeps us kind of in shutdown mode throughout the day. Sure, can you get out and travel and go slow? You can, but you need to be careful for sure. Let's go to Hank Brown now. Let's take Hank's shot and get an update from Hank, and he is making his way through the South Metro here. Hank, every time you take your shot, it just gets worse and worse. Go ahead and give us an update.
Yeah, David, this is I-44 near the community college, and you can see there's a little bit of clearing in the drive lane. The city streets are just covered in sleet. The on-ramps and the off-ramps that have been traveled, that sleet is packed down. It's turning into ice. Wherever this sleet is being crushed down, it's melting and flash freezing. It's only getting worse out here, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job, Hank. So, yeah, here's what you have to look forward to this morning. Again, you can drive in this, sure, but if you're not a good driver, no. I would not get out and about. The main roads are in the best shape. Secondary streets, side streets, not good at all. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's in the South Metro. Get an update from Brandon here. And Brandon, down in the Moore, Norman area, looks like Hank shot a little farther north. And boy, travel is, it's a slow go. There's that guy probably going a little too fast. Brandon, give us an update. You and Sammy down in Moore.
Yeah, David, we've come all the way into Moore, all the way from Purcell. You know, one thing I've noticed as we've gotten more into the metro, the interstates look pretty clear, you know, to where you know where the tires are, but there's a real thin sheet layer of ice underneath this sleet, and the wind is blowing the sleet off that layer of ice. So, you know, people are passing, they think that they're on concrete, and really they're not. They may be 40% of the time, but 60% of the time, you know, you're traveling on ice. So somebody switches lanes in front of you or this, that, or the other, and you go to hit your brakes, and you just kind of slide off into the other lane or into the center median. So it's still a rough go and a lot more to come. Back to you.
No doubt about it. This is, again, the beginning of the first wave. Now, this heavy precip that we have right now, this is going to go on a couple of hours, and then it'll become a little bit spotty, and then by the afternoon, a lot of this is going to come to an end. So that's good, and then the second wave will come in here as we get into tonight. All right, let's get to it here. We're talking about Lynx 1. Here comes, there it is, the first big wave. It's been in Oklahoma City for about the last hour and a half or so. Now coming into Stillwater, it goes all the way back into northern Texas, and it is a solid wave of sleet and freezing rain. Starts you off in the southwest. See these pockets? These are convective pockets, which means we have warm air aloft. That's why we're getting the sleet. So we have warm air aloft, cold air at the surface. We're getting sleet developing. and then we're getting lightning and thunder. Pretty cool. It doesn't happen every year. It happens every year in the country, but doesn't happen every year in Oklahoma that we get thunder, sleet, and snow. But that's what we have going on down in southern Oklahoma, talking about Altus, Snyder, Mangum, up to Sayre. A little more sleet and ice there. Now, the roads will not be as bad in the far west and northwest because you're not going to get much precip, but pretty good precip now in Elk City to Clinton to Weatherford. And then as we come back to the east, look at the big shield of sleet and freezing rain. Most of this is a lot of sleet, but we still have freezing rain in there, which just makes things worse. That puts a glaze on everything. Sleet does not. Sleet just falls instantly to the ground and starts to stack up. And up north, it's now moving into Mulhall, Stillwater. It's moving in right about now. Very light, but it's going to get heavier in Stillwater. Ponca City, for now, this is going to be a while before it gets there, and you're going to be on the northern fringe of this. So you're not going to get a whole lot up in Ponca City or Woodward, okay? But you'll get a little bit of light precip. There's Oklahoma City again, the metro. This is light to moderate sleet with that, again, freezing rain in there on top of that. So it's kind of a mixed bag of a little bit of everything. So road conditions right now, they are simply slick and hazardous in the purple, and that area, again, is expanding north and east at a high rate of speed. This area is moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour, and it'll run from Enid to Stillwater to Tulsa here over the next couple of hours. Temperatures now in the teens. So for Oklahoma City, between now and noon, the sleet and ice continues. It will get lighter here later this morning and a little more off and on, but it's still going to be game on this morning. Roads are bad. This afternoon, the sleet and ice, they taper off. Roads are still bad. Wave 2 arrives tonight, and with that, roads are worse, if that is possible. And tomorrow morning, we'll have sleet changing over to a little bit of light snow. So here's what the model does for us. One of our future radar models here doing a pretty good job. You can see the wave 1 moving through, and there it is at noon today, beginning to let up. I think 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, it'll be east of I-35. We'll get a break, still might have some freezing drizzle, and then the next wave, Lacey, comes in here as we get into tonight. That'll be wave 2. So, Lace, I tell you what, it's a mess. This is just the beginning. We'll pick up that next big wave as we get into tonight. Lacey, take it.
Tonight and tomorrow, and we're getting a mixture of freezing rain and sleet. So many folks are writing in and saying, how is it this cold and we don't have snow? Well, just quickly, the reason for it, the precip is starting as snow, but there's a warm layer just above the trees, just under the cloud deck. That snow is melting, and then it's refreezing just above the trees and falling into that very shallow Arctic air. That's why we have sleet. That's why we have freezing rain, okay? Not snow. We won't see much snow out of this event at all. So far, we've picked up to 1/4 of an inch of sleet in the Oklahoma City metro. Now, these are mixtures, these are radar estimates, mixtures of the freezing rain and the sleet. Some totals up to 1/2 of an inch already. Our cameras are frozen up, and you can see the sleet on the ground. It's 12 degrees right now, and the wind chill is so much colder. Single digits and teens, north winds 30, 35, close to 40 miles per hour. Feels like minus, what is it now? -8 is the current wind chill here in Oklahoma City, up to 15 below in the northwest. That's dangerously cold. We're expecting total out of both rounds to have a trace to up to 2/10 of an inch of freezing rain, 2/10 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch in the southeast. In far southeastern Oklahoma, that's where we'll have some higher bullseyes, but it's going to be a mixture, so sleet 1/2 of an inch, some areas 1/2 of an inch to 1.5 inches, and I still think we have some power outages, but the bulk of the power issues are going to end up being in southeastern Oklahoma. A trace of snow is what we're expecting out of this in total. Today, guys, brutally cold, wind chill a major factor, and we're in the thick of wave number 1 right now. We're going to send it out to Tevis Hillis. Tevis, it is brutal out there. Feel sorry for you, girl. Give us an update, though, for folks. Your information is very important.
Enjoy the inside. Yeah, enjoy the inside while you can. I can tell you it feels like salt is just hitting my face right now. It's that sleet that we're seeing come down. Take a look right behind me. Oh, we just see one of the snowplows passing as well, also salting. Right behind us, we're on I-44 near Northwest 36th Street, and it is a packed highway right now. People are taking it a little bit slower than they were at 5 a.m. when there was nothing on the road. But right now, people are still taking it a little too fast because we know that there is a thin piece of ice right below all of the sleet. So it can be very dangerous. Now, OHP tells us that the last winter storm, one of their main problems were people wanting to take photos of wrecks and People wanting to show off the wrecks that that were happening in the last snowstorm, but they say that needs to be not the case this time. They say put your phone up, do not be distracted, because this type of roadway is dangerous. Now, if you do need to call 911, OHP will respond. Let's just talk about these conditions we're feeling. This is not the winter precept that you need to have kids out, because it's hurting my face to even talk. It's hurting my face to even look at you all. But right behind us, we're still seeing salt trucks. We're still seeing a lot of cars on the road. It looks like ODOT just passed us, so there is a lot to be worked on for these highways, but I'm gonna toss it back to you, Lacey.
Oh, Tevis, great job out there. She said it feels like someone's throwing salt at my face, especially with that wind. Just checked on power outages. They're slowly creeping up, but nothing bad. 480 total, and most of those in the Lawton area for PSO.
All right, let's see how other folks are doing on the metro roadways. Hannah, you've been monitoring all our cameras, looking for wrecks, seeing how folks are doing. What's going on right here at 740?
Yeah, as far as road conditions go, we went from 0 to 100 really quickly. This is a live look outside from our Pike Pass Skycam network. We're going to take a look around the metro from all of our Skycams. This is our Mathis Brothers cam. That's I-40 and I-44. We have sleet on the roads, and then our downtown cam, Regency cam, showing sleet also on the road. And this sleet gets packed down when it gets driven on, and then it becomes even slicker as we head into the later morning hours. This is our American Fidelity cam. That's Broadway Extension. People still moving along just fine, but of course, slow down. That's going to be the name of the game for today. Our SSM Health cam, that's I-40 and Douglas, and then our Integris cam, that's Lake Hefner Parkway right at Northwest Expressway. Our OCCC showing I-44, and this is sleet-covered roadways. Again, we don't have any incidents reported, but of course, slick roads are going to be the condition all day long. Stay.
Can you tell if he went on the highway or is he? I think he's probably on the secondaries where he can act like a hot shot. Yeah. Yeah. Man, people are still going 45, 50, maybe 45 on 240. And it's got rutted. It's rutted like that too. Gonna wash your mouth. That was soap. Keep talking like that. Yeah, traffic's actually picking up. I mean, I know it ain't like a normal morning, but there's quite a few people on the road. and be ready. If I say record, pop that thing. Let's follow this car here off this exit, Ramey, and let's watch him because this car has a hard time making it.
Northern Oklahoma, the waiting game continues for you, but Army of trackers are out this morning. Roads simply, they're not good, all right? And they're just going to get worse through the morning hours. You can see travel. Yeah, sure, people are out and about. But as the sleet continues to fall, we're going to see less of the pavement and more of the sleet stacking up. And then, yeah, the roads just will not get any better. Now, we will get a break, though, a little bit later this afternoon. But look at these shots here, folks. It doesn't matter whether you're in Ardmore, Pauls Valley, Lawton, Chickasha, Oklahoma City, or Guthrie, or El Reno, or Weatherford. They all look like that. Okay, let's check in with some of our trackers here. Let's go to Jeremy Carter and get an update from Jeremy. He's in the Southwest Metro, and so far we've had some spin-outs. Let's get an update on what's going on here with that guy. And Jeremy, Southwest Oklahoma City, give us an update.
Yeah, so this is Santa Fe. This is a 240 access road. You can see, man, David, it is really slick and hazardous. You got an intersection, you got red lights, and these guys are coming through, and they just flat out do a pretty good collision, and you can see the car as it's kind of trying to get off the road. He's having a hard time even moving with the conditions the way they are. So roads are slick and hazardous. Travel conditions are not good.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Not good and getting worse. That's a bad combination. Let's go to Val Castor now, get an update from Val, and find out where he is. And, boy, I tell you what, the pavement is getting slimmer and slimmer. We're seeing less pavement and more sleet. Give us an update, Val, out near Yukon.
Yeah, well, David, the sleet is coming down really hard out here, and right now it's 100% sleet and 0% rain. We've seen a little bit more rain when we were back over east by I-35. Also, as you said a while ago, the travel is not good, and it's getting worse. It's definitely getting slicker as the morning goes on. If we were to see a big, heavy bout of rain here, every single bit of it, David, would freeze, and that would be a total mess. That's kind of what we don't want to see, but I don't know what's coming down the line. But I tell you what, it's sleeting heavily out here, and it's getting worse by the minute, David. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Great job, Val and Amy. Okay, let's get back to it here on Lynx 1. And I want to show you some of the cameras. Chickasha cam. Man, gust down here to 40 miles per hour. There's our American Fidelity cam. That's the Broadway extension this morning, part of our Pike Pass Skycam network. El Reno, you're locked in with sleet-covered roads, a little bit of ice. Hefner Parkway and Northwest Expressway, boom, not good. The on-ramps look like that. They're covered. We can still see some pavement on the main roads, but Northwest Expressway is covered, and there you go. That's going to be I-40 and the I-44 interchange. Southwest Oklahoma City here. We'll keep going on to the southwest. There's OCCC. Not good. The sleet keeps stacking up. There's our Regency cam. God, we have a lot of cameras. Here's SMM cam off into the East Metro. What'd I say? Eminem. I got that album. And there's downtown looking off to the southeast. And, yeah, I know. Yeah, Lichko, Koshkamoko Momo, Eminem. That was a great band. That was a great band back in the day. Seriously. Yeah, the Western Heritage Cowboy Museum. There we go. So that, or the Cowboy Museum, looking good. And that is going to be I-44. So it is not good. All right, so here it is, and here it goes, moving southwest to the northeast. Big wave of a little bit of ice and a lot of sleet. All right, we have a little bit of thunder and lightning going on. Starts off in the southwest, and we have pockets of sleet still continuing to develop all the way down to Wichita Falls, folks. That's a long ways away from Oklahoma City. Until this moves by us, it's going to go on all morning long, okay? Out west, Sayre, Elk City, light sleet with some freezing rain running up towards Butler and Thomas, and that's going to head up towards O'Keene and Watonga, but you got to get a little heavier or farther east to get back into the heavier stuff. Guthrie now is in it, Kingfisher, Mulhall. It's coming in on Perry, now moving into Stillwater. It will make it to Ponca City and Enid. You're just going to see light amounts of sleet, okay, and ice. But here in Oklahoma City, one wave moving through. Look at the next big wave. This is Next Gen Live, our 1 million watt radar, only on News 9. 1 million watts of power. The resolution is unprecedented, and you can clearly see where the heavier bands of sleet, when you see the red showing up, boom, That's the heavy sleet coming on in. It goes all the way to Perry and everything, again, racing northeast. Road conditions right now, they are bad and they're getting worse. The area in purple is racing and expanding to the northeast. Temperatures now in the teens. So, Lacey, this is, again, we're talking about wave 1 moving through right now. And then, well, we have wave 2 coming our way for tonight. So roads are, as we know, Lace, they're bad and they're not going to get any better.
You know, it's our saving grace, though, if this is coming out in 2 waves and not a continuous wave, because it's definitely going to cut into the totals of what this thing could do. The bad thing is the next wave looks very heavy as well. Your pictures are coming in. Andrew Adams is here, and he's scanning all of social media and seeing all of those. A lot of this is sleet. It looks like a snowy roadway. That is not the case. Thanks for sending that in. You can always text us your pictures, 405-645-7605, or send them to us on Facebook, Twitter. Email them to us. We're checking. All right, as far as the totals go so far, when you combine the sleet and the freezing rain, 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch in some areas, and it's mainly sleet that we're seeing. That's the shot in El Reno of the sleet-covered surfaces, 12 degrees with a wind chill of -8. Single digits, teens and 20s down to the south, and the winds are causing it to feel so much colder, 30 to 40 mile-an-hour wind gusts, and so it feels like -8 to -15. We're expecting a glaze of ice from Enid to Ponca City to Clinton. You do not get the worst of it. The ice and sleet storm is from Hobart to Chickasha, Oklahoma City to Tulsa, 1/2 of an inch on the high end for a few locations in south central Oklahoma. It's very hard to divide the two because this is falling as a mixed bag. Where we could have a glaze of ice that stacks up to be a significant ice storm is in southeastern Oklahoma. 1/2 of an inch to 1.5 inches possible in southern portions of the state. Here in the metro, there are areas that already have 1/4 of an inch of sleet, and we could pick up another 1/4 of an inch through the morning. Slick spots, yes, but as far as the weight on the power lines, and this being a major ice storm with widespread outages, possible to have outages across much of central and southern Oklahoma, but off towards the east is where I think we'll see more widespread issues, unfortunately. A trace of snow expected, and the big story today is just how brutally cold these temperatures are. Teens feeling like the single digits, but this first round is letting up. It's going to come to an end. It starts back up overnight tonight through midday tomorrow. Then the system's out of here. Light wintry mix Saturday, and then, guys, Arctic air is gone. It's hard to talk about 70s when it feels like -8 in Oklahoma City. Jordan Daphnis is standing out in those brutal conditions. Jordan, give us an update.
Oh, Lacey, I'm not standing out quite yet. We did have time to get our shot set up, but we're driving around right now at OU, and we are taking a look for the students. They don't have class today. They are all virtual. But if they did have to get on the roads, it would not be a great situation here because you can see they're all white and covered right now. You can't even see the lines in the road. Definitely very slick. People are driving slow. It's coming down really heavy right now. Lots of sleet. I would say we haven't even seen any rain this morning. It started coming down as the sleet mix this morning here in the Norman area. So we haven't seen any wrecks or major issues quite yet. But we're keeping you updated as we're driving around. So just make sure to be careful, go slow, and stay home if you can. For now, live in Norman, Jordan Daphnis, Oklahoma's Own, News 9.
All right, Jordan, thanks so much. We also should mention again, Oklahoma City and now Norman police are no longer responding to non-injury wrecks as the conditions have deteriorated across the metro area. So that's the live shot down from the Norman campus this morning. It looks like right off Lindsay Street. Let's take a look at some of our other cameras across the metro. As you're waking up with us, we're in continuous coverage here. It's almost 8 a.m. This is our shot from Tevis Hillis. She is over off I-44 right before the 39th exit. And traffic moving along nicely, but boy, if you have to get out, slow it down. That's the big story this morning.
Here's Val and Amy Castor's shot. They are in the Yukon area. There are some plows going through there, but still that sleet is packing in, and we have seen some slick conditions as we now go to a shot from Norman. That's Brandon Pennell. He had a really good shot earlier of just drivers having some trouble out there, and definitely do not go highway speed. You can't do it today.
More cameras for you across the metro, and here's Hank and Patty Brown, southwest Oklahoma City, looking off Shields Boulevard. And we can tell you it looks like the conditions there are just as bad. Hannah, you know you're eyeing things for us as well across the metro.
Yeah, that's correct. Conditions through the metro are bad and getting worse as that sleet packs down. It gets even more slick. Let's take a look now on Max at our traffic map here. Through the metro again, we have sleet-covered roadways, and this doesn't have a sleet color, so it's showing up as snow, but that's not snow. It's sleet, and in some places is heavier than others. If we go further south and west, of course, it is even worse down I-44. I-35 is also a complete mess. There's been multiple wrecks reported on I-35, but police are not responding to non-injury calls. And then we are expecting these roads to stay bad throughout the day. And even once the precip tapers off, the roads are still going to remain pretty untravelable. You should stay home if you can. They're unsafe, slick, and hazardous. And then once the next round of precip moves through overnight tonight, it's just going to expand even further. But of course, we're just expecting these roads to stay bad. So driving in freezing rain and sleet, let's take a look. You need to reduce speeds, avoid driving if at all possible. But I know that's not possible for everyone. So if you do head out, avoid those sudden stops. And if you're sliding, turn the wheels toward the direction you're sliding in and avoid hills and steep inclines. Again, those off ramps and on ramps are going to be the worst because they're less traveled, as well as some of those roads that are, of course, not the major interstates. We will be keeping you updated on News 9. And as far as stopping time goes, you're going to need to allow a lot of time to stop if you're out and about on those roadways. We'll be back with winter weather coverage right after this.
Probably gonna run here.
almost 8 a.m. here on our Wednesday morning, and we are tracking that winter storm that has really kind of come through the metro very quickly.
A lot of sleet out there. We're going to get over to David Payne, talk about it. Brutally cold and deteriorating road conditions, David.
Yeah, 7-cup coffee.
And you got coffee in hand.
Hazelnut in there?
Okay. No, this isn't coffee. Are you kidding yourself?
Did you sleep at all last night?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I didn't think so.
Slept in the Weather Center, up against the radome.
Ready to go.
How are we looking out there right now, DP?
You know, it's a mess, guys, and it's not going to get any better. It's going to be bad all morning. There will be a little improvement this afternoon, and I mean a little bit, but it's still going to be bad all day. And then the next wave of precip of more sleet and possibly a little more ice will come in here as we get into tonight. But looking out across the metro, this is what it looks like. Temperatures are running from 12 to 13 degrees, so there's not much melting going on. Okay, a lot of the roads are just bad, and they will continue to be bad and actually get a little bit worse. All right, let's go to Hank. And Hank Brown here. Let's go back to Hank's shot and get an update from Hank and find out where he is. Looks like he's in southwest Oklahoma City. And Hank, I tell you what, you get off the main roads and you found it. That's exactly what it looks like. And boy, that is a mess for sure.
Yeah, David, I'm on the southwest side. I'm on Southwest 44th Street, about Blackwelder, and this is what every side road looks like. And even when I say side road, I mean even main roads, May, Penn, Western, all of them look just like this across the metro. When I got up on the highway, there is a little bit more clearing on the highway. However, the sleet has come down in buckets, and it's piled up. It's almost like driving through snow. When you change lanes, there's actually ruts where it'll kind of grab your tires and pull your steering wheel a little bit. So the good thing about it is the freezing rain seems to have quit, and this is all sleet. So actually the driving is not impassable. We still got some traction with the sleet, but where it gets matted down and melts and refreezes, it gets really slick around the intersections. But you can travel if you're cautious and give yourself plenty of time, David. Back to you.
Okay, great job there. Again, Hank and Patty Brown, and this is southwest Oklahoma City. This is Edmond. This is Moore. This is Norman. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. And Brandon, take a look at your shot here. Now, we see the pockets of sleet. Where we see the pavement, is that still pavement or is there ice on top of that? Give us an update down in the Norman area.
David, it's a little bit of both. There's pockets of pavement, and then it goes to black ice. But what we're experiencing right now is we've transitioned back. I don't know if you can tell on my windshield, but I've got rain. So it's probably a 50-50 split between sleet and freezing rain, and the freezing raindrops are pretty big at the moment. So, it just continues, and when the freezing rain starts, like we said earlier, it is so hard to keep your windshield from icing up. So if you run into a batch of that freezing rain, you can almost immediately expect that your windshield's going to flash freeze. Back to you.
No doubt about it. And again, what he's talking about here, if you get some of that freezing drizzle or light freezing rain, that'll flash freeze your windshield. But the big story is that we're mainly seeing sleet. Okay, let me show you what it looks like. The big first wave. This is, again, a little bit of ice, a lot of sleet running from northern, central, western, southern, southwestern Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and zoom on in, and we have pockets of sleet down here. This is the beginning of the end of this event, but it's still ongoing. But notice how we have holes in here, and that's what's going to race up I-44 this morning. So, again, this will end this afternoon, but it's going to go on this morning. It is game on. Light sleet, a little bit of ice running from Sayre, Elk City over to Clinton and Thomas. Not as heavy in the west, okay? But Oklahoma City down to Carnegie, Chickasha, Purcell, Gwinnett, Shawnee, Seminole, Holdenville, Wewoka. This is a lot of sleet. It is heavy sleet. It is blowing sleet. And we have ice mixed in just for fun to make things worse. Now sleet coming into Perry. About ready to move into Ponca City here, developing there. It's going to be much lighter, though, on the northern and western fringe of this. And here in Oklahoma City, that is all, again, light to moderate sleet with a north wind giving us wind chills below zero. Trackers are kind of fanned out here, and we're watching this mess up north. You can see the sleet running into Perry and Morrison and Stillwater right now. Road conditions currently are slick and hazardous in the purple. That includes I-40 westbound to Clinton, I-44, the H.E. Bailey to Chickasha and Lawton, I-35 all the way to Ardmore. So when you look at that map, if you have to travel today, fine. Don't recommend it. Recommend staying home and just letting this unfold today. Remember, we have our next wave of precip as we get into tonight. Slick spots surrounding that, but this big area of purple is pushing off to the northwest, or excuse me, to the northeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So, Lace, we're talking about wave one, and so far, wave one has been impressive, no doubt about it.
Very heavy, very impactful across the state. Wave number 2 will be very impactful as well. We're going to get a break, though, as David's been mentioning. The back edge of the heaviest precip moves back up towards Oklahoma City as we head towards the 9-10 o'clock hour. Now, it's not just going to completely end. It'll be light, but you can see the shield that's now crossing the Red River, moving up to the northeast. That is wave number 1. Wave number 2 is back over the Rockies. So here's what we're expecting as far as the timelines and the impacts for Oklahoma City. Wave number 1, we're in it. Heavy freezing rain and sleet, mostly sleet. Between noon and 3, it does start to let up and become light. Roads will still be slick. They'll improve some. Heading into the evening hours, light freezing drizzle, but mostly dry. The sleet that we're dealing with is really going to move off towards the north and east. Wave number 2 moves in tonight and tomorrow morning, and that will again be heavy freezing rain and sleet. We're below freezing now, which would have mentioned really quickly the Arctic blast and the impact as far as pipe bursting conditions. This is something we want you to be aware of. We got below freezing at 2 a.m. yesterday morning. We could stay below freezing until the afternoon on Saturday, which is 100+ hours. Plenty of time for water lines to completely freeze up and burst. So you've got to drip those faucets, and on the outside walls, the inside of your home, but on those exterior walls, you want to make sure that you are letting that be a stream. Temperature, single digits and teens right now, and here's Futurecast showing the freezing rain and the sleet with wave number 1 moving on up, coming up to 412 through the morning. It's almost there, and then into Tulsa. And see how that heavy shield starts to become much more spotty after 10. It becomes light and really winds down into the afternoon and evening. That pushes out. Most of the state will be dry into the evening, and overnight, maybe some light freezing drizzle. But watch what happens just when we're about done with that. Wave number 2, freezing rain and sleet spreads right back up over those same areas through tomorrow morning. And the morning commute again tomorrow will just be very dangerous, honestly, all the way up into Kansas, back into eastern Oklahoma. Wave number 2 winds down mid-morning tomorrow. So we're expecting heavy freezing rain and sleet. Jed's been looking at the latest data as far as those totals are concerned, and Jed, it's stacking up quickly.
Oh, you bet. Yeah, and those temperatures also just are nasty out there this morning. Again, with what Lacey's saying, if you get stuck out in these conditions, you will want to have that winter kit prepared in your car. Have a blanket, have yourself some water, some food. If you were to get stuck, you just want to make sure you are prepared for it, as those temperatures are bone-chilling now. Single digits, teens covering Oklahoma this morning, and those winds are very gusty as well. Still gusts at times up above 30 miles per hour. So lots of wind out there. You know, Tevis is talking about that sleet hitting her in the face. It really is miserable conditions if you have to be outside. Not only that, the wind chills down below, not just below 0, but down almost to -10 here on the west sides of the metro area. Wind chills down below 10, below 0 in northwest Oklahoma. So it's just a miserable day. Great day to just stay inside. Don't go outside. Don't risk getting in an accident and you get stuck out in it, because the ice is going to be the story here today. Some of the ice totals, again, stacking up across parts of central, southern, into east parts of Oklahoma. The metro area, right along I-44, could get close to 1/10 to maybe 2/10 of an inch of some freezing rain. You go south into southeast Oklahoma, that's where we expect the worst conditions to be. Some areas maybe up to a quarter of an inch to about 1.5 inches or maybe about 1 inch of ice. That's going to be the story. As you see, that also is a story along with the sleet. 1/2 inch to up to 1.5 inches of sleet. We've already had a report of 2 inches of sleet down in northwest Texas. Already 1/2 inch of sleet reported in the Shawnee area. So there may be some localized areas right along this little path that pick up even more sleet totals. And so when you add the ice to the trees, ice to the power lines, and with the wind, there could be some power line issues along I-44, but especially southeast. You get down into southeast Oklahoma. Again, that ice, if it stacks up like what we're thinking, there will be an opportunity for multiple power outages in some communities in southeast parts of Oklahoma. Snow, not a major factor with this. This is mainly going to be sleet and ice. If we get any snow, it's going to be very much on the light side, comes to an end, and conditions will be improving after we get to Thursday afternoon. Just a miserable day, teens, 20s, teens to near 20, with those wind chills down in the single digits below 0, climbing back up above 0 today. Best chance for that snow going to happen this morning, going toward lunchtime into the afternoon, maybe a patch to a drizzle, but things will calm down. So if you got to be out now, watch it. We're going to have tough roads through the day. Dave will have another update here coming up in just a little bit. Guys, back to you.
Jed Castle's in the Bob Mills Weather Center. Thanks, Jed.
All right, on the phone with us right now from the city of Oklahoma City, Christy Yeager. Christy, it's Robin and Lacey. Good morning.
Good morning, Scott. Good morning. How are you?
We're doing all right. How's everyone on the roads doing in Oklahoma City, and how are the crews doing that are trying to take care of the roads in the city?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a big challenge right now. As you all have been reporting, the street conditions are getting worse by the minute, and it's a real challenge when we're trying to lay salt down when it's so cold outside. That salt loses its effectiveness. So I think we're in for a huge challenge as we try to clear those roads.
Are you running any plows right now, or is it just treating the roads?
We're just treating the roads with salt right now. Yeah.
So we're kind of early in the game on all of this. So how long will crews be out? And I know you've talked about some of those conditions that are hampering things a little bit. What's the plan for the rest of the day and through the rest of this winter storm?
Well, we're going to stay on our 12-hour shift. So we've got a new shift coming in at noon today and another new shift that'll come in at midnight, and we'll do that until our streets improve. We're going to stay on our snow routes, so people want to know where the snow routes are for Oklahoma City and ODOT. They can go to okc.gov and get that map.
Christy, are you surprised at all about how many people are out on the roads this morning?
You know, I'm not, because I just know a lot of people have to get into work. Half of our workforce has to be at work today, and we know hospitals have to staff up, but we do want to caution people that conditions are just going to continue to get worse, and they've got to drive very slowly if they have to get out.
Yes, do not go the posted speed limit. That's a lie on a day like this, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Christy, thanks so much for chatting with us, and we appreciate all you guys do at the city of Oklahoma City.
Thanks for helping us get the word out.
Absolutely.
You bet. Let's get over to Hannah Scholl. She's eyeing that drive across the metro. How are we looking out there?
Well, of course, roads are bad and getting worse. Our trackers have seen a lot of spin-outs, people getting stuck, and the police cannot respond to everyone. They really can only respond to injury accidents, which luckily we don't have any injury accidents reported. This is a live look at your road conditions currently. They're sleet covered. Some places are worse than others, and as you head further south and west, it is sleet and ice covered. Out on I-40, that's going to be a mess. Down I-44, also down I-35, headed towards Norman and Purcell. Always a problem spot through Pauls Valley as well. So driving in sleet is kind of in between driving in snow and driving in freezing rain. You're going to want to accelerate and decelerate slowly. Reduce your speed. Be careful turning. The problem spots are going to be those off ramps, those on ramps, those back roads as well. Those are all going to be worse because less people are traveling on them, kind of pushing the sleet out of the way. Be careful changing lanes, as our trackers were saying. There's little spots for your tires basically, and then there's those ridges that can catch your tires and throw you off course, and then of course give semis and plows extra space. We do have crews out on the roads currently, and Caleb is out there as well. Caleb, what do you have?
Well, Hannah, I can tell you, as someone who spent his first 18 years of life in South Florida, I was not prepared for this. We are on I-44 near Southwest 89th, right near the Amazon plants. And Joby, as he zooms out, you can see I-44. There's a good amount of cars on the road. I can tell you at this point, really for the past hour, it has been completely sleet covered, not too far down the road, I-240. And I'd say I-240 is even worse because the wind is not affecting the road as much, so the sleet is much worse here. The other thing is the sleet is interesting. If we can walk over here, Joby, if you can get a shot, the sleet is kind of like sand. As you can see, if I move my feet around, it's really not packing that much right now, but it's very fine. It's really interesting because I haven't covered sleet like this before, but I can tell you when it comes to the roads, they're going to get dangerous really quickly once more and more cars get on the road, especially on these interstates. And when you get on those on and off ramps, right now they are just a complete sheet of sleet on the on and off ramps. It's not good. You want to take it slow. And we'll keep you updated here, but right now it's not good, and I wish I was on a beach right now. I'm just going to be honest. So we're live off I-44. Caleb Califano, Oklahoma's own News 9.
Hang on. We need Joby to pan down to those boots one more time.
Are those boots?
Are those Florida shoes?
Florida
Is that what
shoes?
y'all wearing?
Oh my gosh. We almost called the fashion police on you.
I've become a boot guy, guys. I've become a boot guy, and these are not the right boots for this kind of weather, but they look nice.
They look good.
Nice.
Oh, you look
I guarantee you that.
Caleb Califano.
All right, worth the pain there. Caleb, thanks so much. Our Augusta McDonald is in the Norman area. She joins us here this morning. Augusta, where are you in Norman, and how are the roads?
Good morning. We're on Robinson Street right now. Crossing over I-35. We just drove down I-35. So right now you're looking at Robinson Street, but this is also what I-35 looked like all the way from, we came from News 9, so northern part of the metro, all the way down to Norman. Very slick, vehicles spinning out. I would even say some people just not slowing down, and so it was a little bit of a treacherous trip down. We saw several different vehicles kind of like spinning out in front of us or fishtailing when they tried to take a turn too quickly. And like Caleb was saying, it's the on and off ramps that are dangerous. It's so icy or kind of snow covered and sleet covered at this point that taking those turns is a little bit treacherous. So Norman police, as of about 7:30 this morning, are no longer responding to any non-injury collisions due to the bad road conditions. So if you're in a non-injury rest, basically they're recommending just get your vehicle to the side of the roadway if you can and wait for help to come. There's been several wrecks reported in the Norman area. We're headed to one right now that's on 12th Street on Robinson. So we're headed over that way to see if everybody's okay, see what's going on over there. But definitely really slick conditions. Everybody's kind of slowing down, it looks like, on the city roads here. But if you're on the interstate, definitely slow down. Don't try and weave in and out of traffic too quickly. We saw some people fishtailing, trying to rush to wherever they're going. So everybody be safe this morning. Back to you.
Augusta McDonald reporting from Norman. As soon as she gets to that crash, we'll let you know what she finds. Back after this with more winter weather coverage.
Anybody in the Weather Center can hear me? Do you want me to keep this shot? I know it's not crazy, just someone spun off on the side, or go somewhere else. I don't think they've shown it, no. Okay, got it. Yeah, there's very few wrecks right now. Yep.
We just opened the hood on that one over there.
Yeah. Yeah, the sleet, I mean, the sleet is, it's kind of like aggregate, I mean, it actually is pretty decent traction. I guess they can't move.
Oh no.
Hey, they don't get too stuck. there's lightning down there, Elgin.
Oh, yeah?
So it's a storm.
The Oklahoma weather expert, David Payne.
Oh, here we go. It is on, folks. Talking about the sleet storm, right, of 2022. What a February it's been. This year so far, we've had 4 winter storms. We had the big one a couple of weeks ago. That was a record snow. This isn't going to be a record snow for us, but this is going to be a whopping sleet storm, and it is going on right now. Army of trackers are still out. They're going to be out all day running from Oklahoma City, our sister station in Tulsa. Their trackers are out, and we have a lot going on. Roads are bad. Roads are bad for sure. Let's go to Val Castor. He's found an accident, him and Amy. And Val, give us your exact location there. Is that an off-ramp? Looks like an on-ramp. And tell us where you are. Val, go ahead.
So this is actually I-40. This is right on I-40 at I-235 on the eastbound lane, David. And, you know, this is only the second person that we've seen that has actually spun off the road. There's a state trooper right now coming up on the scene here. Only the second person we've seen to slide off. You know, the roads are slick, obviously, with all the sleet. But right now, it's not as bad as it could have been had we received a lot, you know, of freezing rain or any freezing rain, really, to speak of. So the sleet is hard, and it's a little bit aggregate, so it's giving a little bit of traction. But I think the deeper it gets, probably the worse it's going to get, especially if we get any more freezing rain. David, back to you.
All right, great job, Val. And there you go, State Trooper, our finest, showing up. That's good stuff right there. He'll check on them, make sure they're okay. Looks like they're fine. Not a big accident there, but they definitely did spin off. And there they go. All right, so we'll get some help on the way to that. Let's do it. Let's go to Hank Brown, get an update from Hank. And looks like he's going across, looks like the Belle Isle Bridge. It looks like, I think. Hank, give me an update.
Yeah, David, you're right. Kind of like Val said, that the sleet is so cold, or the air is so cold, the sleet is not melting and refreezing, so it's kind of like driving through sand. Now, some of the transitions from highway to highway and the off-ramps and on-ramps, some of them have been slick, and when you hit some of those, I mean, they are icy, icy slick. But for the most part, right now, actually, it looks like I'm starting to get into a little freezing rain mixed in, so this may get bad, but for the most part, the sleet is actually providing some traction. But if this freezing rain mixes in and keeps up, it'll go downhill fast. David, back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So still a little bit of traction with the sleet, but as sleet piles up and goes on, it gets packed down, it melts because of the tires and cars traveling over it. This is all going to end just being a solid sheet of ice, okay, because of the sleet and a little bit of freezing rain on top of that. All right, let's go to Lynx 1. Now, these aren't the air temperatures, but the road temperatures. You're thinking, hey, Payne, surely we're going to melt some of this off. No, we're not. All right, the roads might get a little bit better this afternoon as the precip ends and we get some of the UV rays from the sun warming the ground, but it's still not going to be a good day for travel, okay? Again, road temperatures in the teens where the winter precip is ongoing. Look at these cameras here. It doesn't matter. We have cameras all across the state, right? Part of our Pike Pass Skycan network. There's El Reno. There's Hefner Parkway. There's Northwest Expressway. There's Mathis Brothers. Oh, yeah. OCCC. Look at the fountain here. It's going horizontal. It's a north wind at 30 to 40. Yeah, that's not good. And you know what? The Canada geese, they love it. No big deal. This isn't cold to them. Regency Cam, downtown. Yep. And Midwest City, Del City, SSM Cam, Health Cam. There you go. Downtown, more of the same. And Cowboy Cam, looking at I-44, you can see one lane open. Here's our winter storm now, running from light precip, Ponca, Enid, back to Clinton and Weatherford. Now, the end of this is in northern Texas, and it's beginning to show up. It's quit back building to the south, but it still goes all the way down to the Red River. This is a little bit of freezing rain, a lot of sleet, and a little bit of lightning and thunder from time to time. It goes all the way back to Sayre, but notice how much lighter it is there. As we come into the city, Norman, Purcell, Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, Ada, yes, Shawnee, Seminole, Holdenville, Wewoka, Prague. Yeah, it's game on. And this is a lot of sleet. From time to time, you'll get some freezing rain, okay? Freezing rain falls as a liquid, coats everything, but this is mainly sleet, which you can hear it bouncing off the windows. Look at the metro here. Look at all that sleet. Here comes another big wave coming out of El Reno, Union City, over to Moore. And again, this is Next Gen Live, our 1,000,000-watt radar. If you're flipping around, that's cool, but you're not going to see resolution like that, okay? That is good stuff. That radar does not miss. Northern Oklahoma, a little bit of some light precip now. Sleet coming into Ponca City, Billings, and Garber. It's going to be much lighter to the north. You're not going to get that heavy a precip up in the north and northwest, but you'll get a little bit, okay? So road conditions, bad in the purple, and that area of purple is expanding northeast. It's going to go to Tulsa. It's going to go to Miami. It's going to go to Muskogee. It's already in Tulsa. I just checked. Actually, the roads are getting worse there now. So this thing is it's a mess. It's moving northeast, and it's long ways to get to the better mode before we get out of this. And I'll tell you what, Lace, it's, you know, this is wave 1. We're not even talking about wave 2 that moves in tonight.
Absolutely. That moves in tonight through tomorrow. Take a look at this picture. David, check that out. You recognize that name? Yeah, Andrew put this in for us. That is from Jerry Payne. David's already got his mic off. He's not. David, take a look at this. David Payne. He literally cannot hear me, and he's 2 feet away. I was going to show you this.
Is it my dad's video?
Yes, it's a picture from your dad.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, look at that. That's Jerry Payne right there.
Hi, Jerry. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sending your pictures in. This is Sleet.
That's the reason I am how I am. I just want you to know that.
If you've ever met his dad, complete duplicate for sure. All right, Sleet coming in. He's a weather lover, right? Here's the what's it called? Where the rain moves in. Yes, off the house, the awning off the house coming in. And look at that. It looks like heavy, heavy rain pouring off. That is heavy, heavy sleet. Wild conditions. The good thing is it is sleet, and so that is not going to cause all the weight on the power lines and the trees. But look at it stack up. Some of the sleet drifts are close to a foot, and this is up in the Edmond area. Let's go now back to Lynx 1 control room. Thank you very much. There's wave number 1. Wave number 2 is still going to impact us. Look at all the precip back over the Rockies. This is coming down I-40, and we'll move right up across Oklahoma heading into tonight. But there's a break. There's a lull for several hours when the precip starts to end. So now through noon, heavy freezing rain and sleet. Between noon and 3 o'clock, it does really start to let up. It becomes light. Roads are still slick. Between 3 and 10, maybe some light patchy freezing drizzle. Still slick roads, but the bulk of the precip is over for quite some time. Overnight tonight is when it moves right back in. We're below freezing. We're well below freezing. Feels like the wind chills are anywhere from 5 to 15 below, but we've been below freezing since 2 o'clock yesterday morning. We'll likely stay below freezing until Saturday afternoon. That is pipe bursting conditions. Okay, we're in the thick of it with the Arctic air even after the precip's done. It's 11 degrees right now, temperature single digits and teens, and this continues to be the major winter storm we've been telling you about. And here's kind of a statewide view. We showed you the metro timeline. Here's the statewide view of the heavy precip to the northeast, light patchy sleet down to the south. Wave number 1, it comes to an end. Into the evening, portions of the overnight hours mostly quiet, and then it firms right back up. The main energy with the storm swings out. Freezing rain and sleet continues to stack up through the early morning hours, and this wave, the last kind of hurrah, moves out mid-morning tomorrow, but ongoing off towards the east. And Jed, it's going to train over portions of eastern Oklahoma for hours, and what that will do is cause some of the higher totals to be just to the southeast of the metro.
You know, one of the concerns we're thinking about this morning is the freezing rain, and is it going to be more significant? Well, we had a little freezing rain at the onset of this, but really it's all changed over to sleet. And one way we can tell is if the freezing rain is going to be a factor or not. If it's more of a factor, it shuts down the anemometers, and the anemometers all get shut down. But we're not seeing that over central, western, even parts of southern Oklahoma. All winds are reported here, so that is good news. That is a good news report here this morning. But with all that wind, Lacey showed you the temps. Here are the wind chills. Yeah, they're starting off single digits, above and below 0 along I-44 and south. You go north of I-44, in many spots right now are -10. So if you have to get out, just want to tell you, if you have to get out, make sure you have a little winter weather kit with you. We're just talking, add a blanket, add some food, some munchies, grab some water, and make sure you're ready to go. Because if you go out in these conditions and you were to happen to get stuck, it's a miserable experience because there's sleet coming down. That sleet that comes down is kind of moving vertical or moving horizontal, and that's allowing for it just to sting. Not just does the sleet stinging, but also the wind chills are stinging as well. Here's your future ice totals, a glaze north and west of I-44. You go south and east of I-44. That's where most of the icing is going to be today into tomorrow. Quarter, half an inch in the blue. You go in the yellow areas. There'll be a hot spot here or two that get closer to 3/4 of an inch, almost to an inch of ice. Those kind of totals are very impacting, and those can create major issues with power outages. Sleet stacking up half an inch to up to an inch and a half of sleet. Already some reports of 2-inch sleet totals down in northwest Texas. So these areas from northwest Texas into east Oklahoma may see a few localized 2-inch totals there. We're talking about those power outages. Worst conditions expected to be across the south and east part of the state. As we look at the rest of the area, still a possibility for a few power outages, but right now no major issues there and no major issues with the snowfall either. A little bit of light snow across the northwest part of the state. Here's your forecast. Not warming up at all. We're talking teens through the day today. Wind chills, single digits, above and below 0 through the afternoon. Your precip chances winding down after about 11 o'clock. We'll see the chances diminish afternoon. Going into the afternoon, still a little patchy drizzle around. Guys, back to you.
Jed, thank you from the Bob Mills Weather Center.
Let's see how we're doing on the roads here at 8:30. Here's Hannah Scholl. Hannah, what's the verdict?
Well, our trackers and all of our crews have seen people spinning out. They've seen people getting stuck. It is very slick and hazardous through the metro and also south and west, everywhere that has seen this sleet and freezing rain. Our traffic cameras. Norman is completely frozen over. OCCC cam showing sleet packed on roadways. Regency cam downtown's not looking much better, and SSM health cam. I-40 and Douglas also covered in sleet this morning. Mathis Brothers cam I-40 and I-44. We have sleet covered roadways. Look like we have a car stuck there as well. So cars getting stuck, spin out, semis getting stuck. That's all part of the problem today. And the police in Oklahoma City and Norman can only respond to injury crashes. So if you do get in a crash that's not injury, you're kind of on your own there. Just exchange insurance and try to get unstuck, really. So we have all the sleet through the metro. Some places are worse than others. If we zoom out, look at the entire state. All of this is showing up blue, but it's actually sleet, not snow, down I-35 towards Pauls Valley. All looking bad down I-44 towards Lawton, also looking bad as well. And heading into the rest of the day, we are just going to continue to see the roads deteriorate. And then I don't think it will be melting much before we have our next wave later tonight and into tomorrow. So just expect travel to be absolutely horrible here heading into the next 24, 48 hours. We'll have updates right here on News 9. Stay with us. Back to y'all.
Hannah, thank you so much. We have several reporters out and about. Want to check in with Ashley Holden. Ashley, where are you and how's it looking?
Well, we are just off of I-35 and I-240, and really it is just sleet coming down. We had a little bit of calm here for a while, and then we really just had a lot of sleet just start coming down again. And everything that you're seeing here behind me, it looks like snow, but it is sleet, kind of like Hannah mentioned. Now, I do want to let you know, I drove from Edmond to the station and then down here, and one of the things we noticed is that speeds, thankfully people started slowing down, but we did see some cars that were really going what I would consider normal speed. You really do want to slow down, and then those intersections, that is where you really need to leave plenty of brake time. Now, you see me going like this, that's because this sleet is just hitting my face, and it does hurt. Now, I do want to let you know, I checked on power outages. You could hear Jed saying that there really haven't been too many problems. Right now, I think I saw about 14 people that were struggling with power, so not too many at all. But I did see also that OG&E, they are prepared. They have over 3,000 storm and restoration crews out ready to respond to any power outages. And it is bitterly cold right now. I had to take my glove off for a second and my hands were hurting. So again, if you have to get out, really bundle up, but this is a time that you don't want to be without power. So OG&E says they are prepared and ready. We are going to watch these conditions, and my photographer and I are going to get in the car because this sleet is hurting our faces. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Hey, Ashley, looking good out there. We appreciate it, giving us an idea of what's going on. Let's see how our Jordan Daphnis is doing. She's out and about on the roadways as well. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning, Robin. Similar to Ashley, things are really picking up here in Norman within the last few minutes. I just saw some lightning and then heard some thunder rumbling, and then the sleet is picking up. Same story. It is hitting my face. It does not feel good. It's kind of like this sand salt feeling. I want to show you guys, like, if you are sitting in your house, you're probably like, oh, it's a nice snowy day, but no. This is what it just kind of falls. It's packed. It's like literally looks like salt in my hand. So not something you want to go out and play in. This is something you want to stay inside and stay away from. Like I said, we're in the Norman area. Behind me is I-35. If you can see, it's completely white glazed over. So you want to be careful if you're driving. There have already been some issues this morning. People are starting to drive slower, as they should, because it's just not safe conditions out here right now. But I'm going to send it back to you guys in the newsroom. We'll keep you updated as we see more throughout the morning. For Now Live this morning, Jordan Daphnis, Oklahoma's Own, News 9.
Great job out there, Jordan. You can hear in between little breaks, you can hear the sleet still falling on their equipment out there.
Hey, keep it here. We have more to come on News 9. We're glad you're up with us on this winter storm Wednesday morning.
Call us.
David, we went east on 40 over to Midwest City, but we're headed west now towards like Yukon, El Reno, I guess. Yeah, sounds great. Are you saying you want me further west from I-40? Okay. Got it. Okay, for everybody on Facebook here, we went east on I-40 to Midwest City, and now we're turning around. We're headed back west. We're going to head out to maybe a Reno, maybe even west of there, and just check and see how conditions are on 40. Right now, where we're at, it's basically sleet covered. There's really no freezing rain or black ice underneath, maybe just a tiny bit. So, you know, it is slick. It's not crazy slick, which is good. So the sleet does provide a little bit of traction.
David Payne.
Oh, man, here we go. We're talking about the big sleet storm of 2022. It's been a good one for sure. And Oh, it's not over. Not yet. Roads are not good. You can travel. Not a whole lot of melting going on. Your secondary streets look like that. Your main highways look like that. But this is a little bit deceiving, as that we do have some ice, again, that is over what looks like just plain concrete. So, again, you'll have some concrete, and then you'll have some ice. Obviously, you can see the sleet stacked up. And sleet just gets worse as the morning moves along. It kind of sets down. Cars get on it. We get a little heat from the traction from the vehicles, and it begins to turn into a glaze of ice, which is not good at all. All right, let's go to our trackers here, Jeremy Carter, and get an update from Jeremy. And again, find out exactly where he is right now. Jeremy, what's your location there? And again, people are traveling. Just got to be careful.
Yeah, this is I-40 at the eastern exit, Martin Luther King Avenue as well. But you can see I-40, man, it's sleet covered. There's a few open lanes, but don't trust them. There is some, no doubt there's some ice, but the roads are snowpacked. Really, they're slick and hazardous. David, back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, here's the deal. They're not going to get much better this morning. Actually, they're going to get worse. I think we might have some improvement as we get into the afternoon, but for now, that is I-40, right? That is I-40. Okay, let's go to Val Castor, get an update from Val. And, boy, look at that shot. That's ugly. And the sleet is packing down. It's turning into really kind of into a glaze with the freezing rain. We've had a little bit of that, but mainly a lot of sleet. Let's get an update from Val and find out what's going on. Val, I tell you what, that's not good, but not too many accidents. We've done okay this morning.
Yeah, that's right, David. We've only seen probably 2 or maybe 3 at the most slide-offs on here. So right now, the sleet is pretty much covering the road. There's really no freezing rain underneath, which is a great thing. And I think you made a really good point just a little bit ago, David, when you started mentioning about the sleet, how it gets slicker as the day goes on. Right now, it's not so bad because the sleet is a little bit of a attraction, you know, if you get enough of it. But as you said, as the day goes on, what we got to watch out for is when this sleet gets packed down, gets worn down, or basically worn slick, as you will, that's when it's really going to start getting slicker. So we'll keep an eye on it. Back to you, David.
Yep, no doubt about it, and that's going to be the problem throughout the day, all right? We might have some improvement due to the sun warming the ground. We're not going to see the sun today, but overall, the sleet will win out. Okay, let's go to Links 1, and I want to thank our marketing department for all the extra hair. Great job on that. I appreciate it. Hey, Lacey, what's going on over there?
Oh, I thought it was a joke. It was a funny joke.
No, it's supposed to be serious.
It's real? Oh, okay.
Hang on, let's compare again.
Get closer.
My mom thought that you had gone and had something done,
How long
David.
ago was that picture taken?
Let me tell you something. If I got something done up here, I got robbed. Okay? All right? I got ripped off. I got scammed.
That's like an after and before instead of a before and after.
Yeah, my 90-year-old mom was saying, I think David did something to his hair. And
Sure.
I said, what? And she said, that picture. And I was like, oh, no, Mom, that's an old picture.
It's actually not that old. It was just somebody in the art department went, let's have a little fun.
I feel bad for him.
Let's have a little fun.
Hair up top.
I appreciate it, though. Okay, anyway. Hey, send me your pictures, video. You can text me at 405-358. You want to complain about your grandma or your wife, that's fine, too. I'll talk to you. 358-4288. What's funny is I get random texts. People think they're texting somebody else, and they'll text me a big, long message, and it's like, oh, wow, you know? And I'm like, partly cloudy, chance of showers. Anyway, that does happen. But anyway, send me your text. All right. We had a lot of lightning earlier this morning in southern Oklahoma. A lot of the lightning has gone away. We still are getting some random lightning strikes here and there. Chickasha, Grady County, looks like Norman, looks like El Reno. That's our American Fidelity cam. That is your Broadway extension here in Oklahoma City. El Reno looks like that. Again, you could travel. This is Northwest Expressway. It's a slow go. A little bit of pavement showing up. A little bit of pavement on the Hefner Speedway. Not a speedway today. Take it slow and easy. Mathis Brothers cam, that's I-40. Looking off to the east, not good. OCCC, yep, more of the same. And yeah, there you go. Our Regency cam from downtown Oklahoma City. SSM cam over in Midwest City and Del City. Looks like this morning. On-ramps covered in sleet. Stay home. Do not get out if you don't have to. And downtown cam, more of the same. I-44 from our Cowboy cam. Here's the big wave, and the back end of this is beginning to show up. So this will be the end of this winter storm. The first part of it. The second part arrives tonight. But this is a big, big area of sleet. Notice how sharp it is. We're talking about western Oklahoma, where there's not much going on in the far northwest. But right now, this is all sleet, a little bit of freezing rain. It's getting much lighter now in southern Oklahoma. So this is the beginning of the end, okay? But we still have a couple more hours at least through noon. I hear in Oklahoma City where it's going to go on, it's just going to get lighter, okay? Ardmore, Pauls Valley, yep, you have sleet down there. It's beginning to wind down out around Elk City, so beginning to end there. Still some slick spots in the west. Not much in Sealing, a little bit in Tologa, a little bit in Canton and O'Keene, but you got to get a little farther east. Here in Oklahoma City, this is all light to moderate sleet with a little bit of freezing rain off and on from time to time, but mainly sleet. And up north, it's now coming into Ponca City, Billings, Garber, Enid, picking up a little bit. Over to Stillwater's getting hammered right now with some good sleet there. And road conditions in the purple, they are bad. Simply put, you can travel. I don't recommend it, but roads going northbound, southbound from Oklahoma City, I-40 eastbound, westbound, or I-35 or I-44, the H.E. Bailey, not good travel at all. So, Lace, it's not good.
Not good.
It's just not good.
You're talking about the text messages. We get a lot of text messages from viewers. We love to see those. We just had a viewer write in and say, David, you should grow a beard. So, hey, there you go. Sometimes it is very useful, impactful information. So as we go through the day today, heavy freezing rain and sleet, mainly sleet in the metro, wave number 1. Your pictures are flooding in. We're checking those. Andrew Adams is here, and he's putting all these into our show for us. So we're showing those. We love to see your perspective. Minko, thank you so much. Look at the road. It looks like snow. No, that's teeny tiny little ice pellets. Lots of sleet. Sleet now covering the grass, almost completely covering the grass. And Chickasha, we've had reports of over a half of an inch in Shawnee. Down in Wayne, Courtney, thank you so much. That ruts now in the very deep sleet. That looks like that could be a half of an inch as well. This is all with wave number 1. David mentioned it's letting up down south, but wave number 2 is lurking to our west, and that arrives tonight and tomorrow. We keep getting the question of why isn't it snowing if it's so very cold? Just quickly to point out the way this works, it is snow up in the cloud deck, but there's a warm layer just above the freezing, excuse me, above the trees. And what that means is the snow comes into that and melts, and then it refreezes just above the trees down to the surface and has enough time to turn into little ice pellets. Now it's cold. Temperatures are in the single digits and teens, and look at the precip moving up over that Arctic air and falling into that. I just ate an apple in my break. I'm gonna fix that. Wave number 1, heavy freezing rain and sleet. Then precip starts to let up. Roads will still be slick, though, heading into the afternoon. And as we go into the late evening, most of the state will be dry, some light freezing drizzle, but slick spots. And then wave number 2 comes on in. That's for the metro. Let me show you the statewide view of what we're expecting on Futurecast. That's the heavy precip that we're dealing with now, where we have the lightning and thunder. It becomes patchy, it becomes spotty into the afternoon, and really dry out west. Into the evening and overnight, it lets up for a while, and then here it comes again, down to the south, spreading back to the north. Wave number 2, freezing rain and sleet continues. We may get a little snow on the backside. That's not the main show. It's more of what we're dealing with right now, and it becomes very heavy off towards the east. It's 2 main waves. After it's out of here, precip's done. We're still below freezing, but Jed, we're still in the thick of the first round.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Lacey. So this is a mess. Things are icy. You can see a lot of people that David's showing on the roads here, sky cams. You're able to travel, but if you were to get stuck, if you were to get in an accident of some kind, this is what you got to watch out for. Make sure you're prepared. If you have to get out on the roads, make sure you remember, it's about 11 right now. You add that with the winds. Winds right now, they're sustained up around 15, 20 miles per hour. A few of the gusts up near 30 still here in Oklahoma City. And you can see all wind instruments are working over the state. That's good news because there was freezing rain at the onset of this, moving up into the state, but it's quickly changed over to sleet. So the freezing rain at this point has yet to become a major issue. We'll monitor that across southeast Oklahoma as we go through the day today on into tonight and tomorrow. But for the metro area, it's been a big sleet storm. And with that, a lot of sleet. It's going to sting you. Winds are blowing that sleet kind of horizontal, so it's kind of a stinging sleet. And with that, you have stinging wind chills, which are down around or below 0 here in the metro. You go just west of Oklahoma City, it's down below 10 below 0. And parts of northwest Oklahoma hovering there about 15 below 0 out in the Panhandle. Here's the latest update on the ice totals. Future ice totals, maybe still up to a quarter, just a little less than 1/10 of an inch, 2/10 of an inch of ice here in the Oklahoma City area. Better chances across southern into southeast Oklahoma, especially with the second wave riding on up that Lacey mentioned. Let's talk about the sleet totals. They're going to get thick. We had in the Wichita Falls area, Quanah, which are northwest Texas, right near the Red River. They've picked up 1.5 inches to almost 2 inches of sleet so far when those thunderstorms down there just dumped out that sleet. The storms really have weakened, but still sleet is expected in some areas. Still half an inch to 1.5 inches of sleet. The metro area will probably run just a little less than that. And don't be surprised if there are a few locations that get a little higher than that. Power outage is still possible southeast Oklahoma. We're monitoring that. Some disruptions from I-44 and south and east. As far as snow goes, not a big snowmaker, mainly light amounts, little grassy areas possible, no major issues there. Not a big warm-up today. We're going to hover right in the teens, 12 to about 16s. This is true Arctic air, sleet, just a classic ice storm brewing over Oklahoma. The sleet rather is going to wind down about 11 o'clock. After that point, a little bit of drizzle through the afternoon. Just watch out. Wind chills remain a major factor through the day today. Guys, back to you.
Jed, thanks so much. We want to talk with our friends over at ODOT. Lisa Shear Salim joins us on the phone right now. Lisa, it's Robin and Lacey. Good morning.
Good morning.
What do you want folks to know about the roads that you guys are treating today?
Well, first we want to reassure everyone that crews have been out since the very early morning hours, prepared for this storm. We will be out until all highways and turnpikes are clear and dry. And so we want to caution people that things are very slick and hazardous right now. And even after the sleet ends later this morning, it's still going to take several hours to fully clear all of this ice and accumulation off of the highways. So we really want people to be cautious today.
Are you just in salting operations right now?
We are doing some plowing and sand and salt. We're doing all of our tools that we have available to us to try to keep this clear and safe.
What are you hearing from your drivers on the road? Are other drivers doing okay? Is there some tricky spots out there? What are you hearing from your crews?
Crews are definitely seeing very slick and hazardous conditions, and they really want motorists to think twice before getting out during this precipitation time because conditions are continuing to just change rapidly, and they're not going to be better probably until this afternoon. We want to reassure motorists that we will definitely be out and about until all of this is clear, but if they can at all think twice about going out, we would appreciate it. If they have to go out, be sure and get plenty of following distance and take it very slow and cautious.
Lisa, we appreciate it. And we do know David was just mentioning another round is coming through later today into tomorrow morning. So I know your crews will be out and about, and we'll continue to keep up to date with you. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, we're about to go out to Hunter McKee, but we do want to say that there is a confirmed water break on the southwest side, Southwest 70th and Danner. That's basically Southwest 70th right at I-240, and crews are dealing with that. We thought that might be an issue with these brutally cold temperatures, and sure enough, water is out in that area of Oklahoma City, Southwest 70th and Danner.
Our Ashley Holden is headed to that scene. We'll check with her when she gets there. Let's go to Hunter McKee right now. He's out and about. Hunter, where are you, and how is it off Bryant Street there?
Yeah, that's exactly right, guys. I'm at 15th and Bryan here in Edmond, and roads have gotten pretty slick. We were driving around, wasn't too bad. Within the last 25 minutes, it's gotten significantly worse. Slick roads, we're seeing people sliding around. The good thing about it is right now, not a lot of cars out on the road right now. As we've said, when snow and ice like this hits, it's smart. If you don't have to get on the roads, don't get out on the roads. I'm gonna kind of show you guys here how much basically snow and ice has stuck to this street and how much significant impact we've gotten. Reached out to Edmond Police, Oklahoma City Police, and the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Department. None of them are reporting any injury accidents as of right now. And for those people in Oklahoma City, the police department did say, as they said during the last snowstorm, they are not responding to any non-injury accidents as of right now. They say that if you're in a non-injury accident, pull over to the side of the road, find a safe spot, and exchange your information there, but just that they're only taking injury accidents. But so far, like we've said, nothing significant in terms of car crashes so far. If you do get out on these roads here in Edmond, down in OKC on the southeast side as well, just try to be as careful as possible. We'll be driving around these roads trying to see what else is going on. We're going to have a lot more for you guys throughout this day as the snow continues to fall. Live in Edmond, Hunter McKee, Oklahoma Zone, News 9.
Hunter, thank you. I want to get over to meteorologist Hannah Scholl. She's watching the roads for us. Hannah?
Well, roads are as good as they can be with sleet like this, and people are still moving just fine. We haven't had any major impact crashes reported this morning. This is a live look outside from our Pike Pass Skycam network. This is American Fidelity. That's Broadway Extension. Sleet-covered roads are the story throughout the entire metro. SSM Health Cam. That's I-40 and Douglas. The off-ramps and the on-ramps, they look like they are definitely the worst. You see less pavement through there. They're completely covered in sleet and really packed down as well. This is our Norman Cam. It's completely frozen over. Mathis Brothers, that's I-40 and I-44, and people are moving slowly, and that is a good thing because when you're driving in sleet, that is the name of the game. Your stopping time. Let's take a look at this graphic. When you're on a dry road, you only take 3 to 4 seconds to stop. We're kind of all the way at the other end of the spectrum where it's ice and sleet, and we don't have a sleet necessarily in here, but it's probably in between the snow and the ice. It's going to take around 10 to 14 seconds to stop, which means that you're going to need to leave a lot of extra space between you and the car in front of you. Road temperatures well below freezing. Salt is not going to be working on these roadways, so ODOT is out there. They're definitely going to continue to monitor this into the afternoon, and then the second round will hit later tonight and into Thursday morning. Stay with us on News 9.
Hannah, thank you so much. As we go to break, I want to show you a really quick video of one of our wonderful photojournalists. That's Mauricio Rodriguez helping a driver stranded, gosh, right outside McDonald's, of all places. He's pushing, trying to get them clear on the road. We're back with more winter weather coverage next.
For decades, a thriving black community called downtown home.
If you were not here, it's difficult for you to imagine what it was.
Artists, a who's who of jazz musicians, even a young Martin Luther King Jr.
East
It is 9 a.m. Thanks for staying with us here on News 9 as we've been in extended coverage of this winter storm.
It is cold out there. Sleet is a factor, and the roads have not been looking good lately. Want to get straight over to David Payne. He came in early to grace us with his presence.
Hello. Did we luck out or what?
That was another insult. I'm going to HR again. How many
That's
times?
the story of your life.
My life?
Yeah.
Have you seen your folder in there?
Uh-oh. Well, that's a
HR?
different day.
Yeah, it's a whole nother closet.
Okay. How you doing, friend? Thanks for coming in.
Hey, it's all good. Yeah, you know what? It's been a good morning. We've not had that many accidents. I think everybody's known about this. Well, we've been talking about this storm for 10 days, so it's not like you didn't know about it. If you didn't know about it, might need to see a doctor, right? But it's been forecasted well in advance. Everybody knew it was coming if you were watching us. And there you go. Trackers are in it this morning. We've had a little bit of ice. This is mainly a sleet storm, which you can travel on sleet. But here's the deal with sleet. As the day goes along, it just gets worse because it packs down. It kind of melts a little bit because of the cars and the traction. Some lanes are visible, and then other lanes are not. Let's go to that shot. Let's go to Hank Brown and find out where he is. Let's get an update from Hank. And he's in North Oklahoma City, it looks like, or West Oklahoma City. And Hank, what do you think? Boy, I tell you what, it's just coming down. More sleet, some of it heavy.
Yeah, David, I'm at I-40 in MacArthur, and I'll zoom in here. You can see that the sleet is really piled up on the roads. You know, I know we haven't got 2 inches of sleet, but there's some 2 or 3 inch little ruts of sleet in the roadway. So it's kind of like driving down the beach if you're at Daytona or somewhere, you know, if you want to try to look positive. But it's like driving through sand for the most part. There are some slick spots, but like you said, we've really lucked out that the freezing rain quit pretty early. So the roads are not impassable. They're not that icy. If you've got 4-wheel drive or front-wheel drive, you can get around. Just sometimes stopping is a bit of a challenge. Back to you, David.
Okay. All right. Great job there, Hank and Patty Brown. And like, you know, Hank, he's been driving this stuff for 50 years. Like he was saying, you got to go easy. 50. So, did I oversell that one? Hank's been driving in sleep for 97 years. He's 127 years old. Matter of fact, today's his birthday.
Man.
Happy 127 today.
You need what he's taken.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have any hair either, so hey, we're all in this together. All right, let's go to Brandon Pennell now and get an update from Brandon. He's in the South Metro, and this is going to be I-35. Brandon, give us an update, what you think. Roads there, you know, the middle lane's okay, but not great. Boy, the sides, you got to watch out for that. You catch a tire on some of that sleet on the right or left side, you're going to get pulled over there, so you're going to get pulled right or left. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, that's absolutely correct. You know, we were talking earlier about the wind has kind of helped to blow some of this sleet off on the main lane that everybody's traveling in, which appears to be the main lane on northbound 35. But as you switch lanes to go onto an on-ramp or to merge to go around someone, I've noticed that the snow is maybe 4 to 5 to even 6. I mean, not the snow, the sleet. Sorry, 4 to 5 to 6 inches deep in the transition from one lane to another, so it can jump up and grab you by the tire and pull you off into the ditch. Back to you.
Okay, yep, no doubt about it, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Tire, you get a little over to the right, you grab some of this, it'll pull you right, you grab some of that, it'll pull you left. Now, this is not deep sleet, but it's enough, quarter, half an inch, and it's piled up, and it's even more than that, though, right here, where you see it piled up on the highway there. That is down in Moore. Okay, and Norman. All right, here we go. A little bit of lightning going on, so thunder, sleet, we've had some of that. Pretty cool. The atmosphere is very dynamic. It's warm air loft. That's why we're getting the thunder, sleet. There's Chickasha. Yep. Not good. It's a slow go. There's the Broadway extension here in Oklahoma City at Britton. There's El Reno looking at Route 66. And, yep, and there's Hefner Parkway, Northwest Expressway. Boy, look at that shot. Mathis Brothers cam. It's a mess there. OCCC, Southwest Metro, El Reno cam, Midwest City cam, Del City cam there from SSM. And Cowboy cam. Nice shot. But, yeah, we are sleet covered. All right, here's the big wave moving from the southwest to the northeast. It's beginning to end. This is the beginning of the end now. Coming into northern Texas, running from Altus. It's beginning to end in Altus. Still some light sleet down here, but the real heavy stuff running from Rush Springs back to Hobart. It's now ending in Sayre and Elk City. A few slick spots there, but you're doing okay. You got to get back towards Clinton and Weatherford and Hydro and El Reno to really have the travel problems. And look at all the sleet still going on. So This is going to go on moderate to heavy the next couple of hours, and then it's going to become more off and on as the back edge of this begins to wind down. But that's all good sleet across the metro, northern Oklahoma. Sleet going on now, Ponca City, back to Garber, Perry, Stillwater, a little bit in Enid, a few slick spots there and down south. This is the southern end of the heavier sleet once you get south of that. So this will come to an end, at least get lighter the next couple of hours as it moves from the south to the north. So, Lace, wave 1 so far has been good, not over yet. Then we're talking about wave 2 for tonight.
A lot of moisture within this system for sure. I've actually put a track on that back edge you were just talking about, David, bringing it up to the northeast. So this is kind of when the heaviest of it with round number 1 winds down for your area. Norman just about 10 o'clock, downtown Oklahoma City 10:30. Precip doesn't completely end, but the heaviest of it does start to let up. And by noon, it's become very light in Oklahoma City. It's been mainly sleet, but some heavy freezing rain at times. Precip really light as we head into the afternoon and evening, but some slick spots and slick roads. And then round number 2 moves in this evening and tonight. Here's a look on Futurecast to kind of show you that statewide view. First round pushes out. We're dry. Still could have some light sleet, light freezing rain, but quiet all evening into the overnight. And then after midnight, round number 2 starts to firm up. It lifts to the north. It's around into the morning hours. Mid-morning tomorrow, 9-10 o'clock. Round number 2 starts to move out. Single digits in teens right now. North winds 15 to 35 miles per hour. It feels like 9 below in Oklahoma City, 15 below in the northwest. And guys, today, look at our warm up. There's really not one. We stay in the teens. Dangerous wind chills. We'll talk about how much precip we're going to see total, how much freezing rain, how much sleet, how much snow out of both of these rounds. We'll check back in with our trackers coming up.
Lacey, thanks so much. Well, we do have some commotion on the south side of Oklahoma City right now.
It's a water main break. Want to get to Ashley Holden. She's live at the scene near I-240 in May. Ashley, it sounds like this is on Danner Road, just north of I-240. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to the east of the airport here, and I just talked to crews and they told me that they really don't know what kind of water main break you're dealing with. We actually just walked up here and you are seeing this as we're seeing it for the first time. You can see here that they have this hole here. We have the city of Oklahoma City here as well, and I asked them how many people were without water or were having problems, and it's here just along the street. You can kind of see they have some cones here over off to the side of that intersection. So about a block here of people that would be struggling with water. Now again, they were telling me they really don't have too much information. They have to dig it up. They have to kind of take a look at what they're dealing with. But right now, a big problem that they're dealing with is warming up their equipment, and that's what they're having to do. So they're having to deal with these conditions that we're having to deal with, but they're going to have to work in them for potentially much longer. We're able to get in our cars here and warm up, but they are going to have to be dealing with this water main break, and like I said, they're having to make sure that their equipment can also deal with this water main break as well. So here on scene, people here for probably about a block potentially without water, and these crews waiting to get to work. Back to you guys.
All right, Ashley Holden, we appreciate it very much. Off the southwest side of Oklahoma City, not a good morning to be without water for sure.
And it's so cold, it's even cold for the equipment. So we'll be watching that story there.
We do want to mention several school districts and colleges are closed or going virtual today. Students at OCCC, OU, OSU's Oklahoma City campus, and Langston University are on online learning today.
UCO and Francis Tuttle are closed. More closures scrolling across the bottom of your screen. We also have a full list right now at news9.com. Here's a live look as roads become dangerous in this winter storm. News 9 and the state's largest...
out the window for a little bit?
No, it's already too cold. It'd freeze if I did that. My hands would freeze.
Yeah.
So that's good news, but the ramp is blocked if you're headed on eastbound I-240 and want to go north on I-35. You're not going to be able to get through there. Road conditions, again, bad and getting worse. We will have updates here on News 9.
Anna,
thank you
so much. All right, in stereo here. Okay, here is Mr. David Payne. He's in 9:13. You're kind of on a weird time schedule here with us, DP.
What are you talking about? Feel good.
He never went to sleep, is what happened.
Oh, okay.
I worked a morning show for 17 years.
Isn't that the truth? Okay.
Still on it. Still on that ship. It's all good. Hey, guys, you know what? Roads, they're bad. Some are worse than others, right? Secondary streets, side streets. And I know the roads have been treated, but when we're so cold, really the salt has a hard time doing a good job on this. And these roads are frozen here. Let's go to Valcaster. You can see the sleet blowing across the road there. Val, how are the roads right there out in El Reno, out in Canadian County?
So, David, you know, the roads aren't really that bad. What you're looking at right there, where the sleet has blown off of the road, it's actually dry at this point. But the problem is like some of these areas where, you know, it's not wide open. You might have some trees or something blocking the wind from the south, and then sleet piles up on the road. And when that happens, you know, the sleet, although it's not super deep, it's deep enough, you know, that you have to fight it when you go through it. So that's the one thing you got to watch out for out here. So thank goodness we haven't had any freezing rain yet. But we'll keep an eye on it. Back to you, David.
All right, great job, Val. Out in Canadian County, there's I-40, and again, they've had less sleet out there. It doesn't quite look like it does in Oklahoma City. Let me show you this shot from Jeremy. So compared to Val's shot to that, big difference. More sleet, more travel problems. Let's get a quick update from Jeremy Carter up in the Edmond area. And Jeremy, I-35, cruising along, but, well, you got to be careful. Got to go slow for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. So you can get down the road pretty good, David. You can see the plows are out there kicking the sleet off the side of the roads. You don't want a slick spot to creep up on you. We know good and well there's some ice. A lot of pockets of fairly deep sleet on the roadway, David. Back to you.
Great job, Jeremy. Looking good up in Edmond. So Edmond looks like Guthrie. Guthrie looks like, you know, Yukon. Yukon looks like Midwest City. Let's come back south now. Let's get to Tom Pastrano. He is way south now. Let's get an update from Tom down in the Norman area. And, boy, look at that shot. Yeah, plenty of sleet down in the Norman area. I don't see any pavement at all down there. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. The sleet continues to come down. We have seen some lightning and thunder to go along with the sleet. I have noticed that there are some ruts. There's about some 1-inch ruts. So some of the smaller cars might have a little bit of problems getting through this. I haven't seen that yet, but the sleet does continue to come down pretty hard. Back to you. So
big difference between Valshot and El Reno, right, versus Norman right now. So Norman is completely shut down with sleet. Again, you can travel, but sleet just gets worse as the day moves along, and then it's just going to be worse tonight. And then we will get another wave of sleet and a little more ice tonight. That'll be kind of wave too. Lacey will have more on that coming up. Okay, let's go to Lynx 1 now. Few lightning strikes. Look at there. Some lightning here the last couple of hours. So we have thunder, lightning going on, sure, with sleet at the same time. And why is that happening? We have warm air, relatively warm air above the cold layer where we are, okay? Above our heads is a warm layer of air. That's what's giving us the sleet right now. That's part of that whole equation. Chickasha, yep, looks just like Norman, right? Slow go, you can get around, got to go easy. There's the Broadway extension in Oklahoma City. So again, if you have to get out and about, sure, just got to take it easy, give yourself plenty of space between you and the vehicle out ahead of you. El Reno looks like that. There's Northwest Expressway. There's Hefner Parkway. And there's I-40 from our Mathis Brothers cam, and there's OCCC. So you get the point here, right? We're covered in sleet, some places worse than others. Look at Midwest City and Del City here. Yeah, not good. Cowboy cam, yep, covered up. All right, so here's a big wave, and the back edge now coming across the Red River. That is beginning to end along the Red River. So this will be the end of wave 1, now ending in Altus. Still some pockets of sleet left from Lawton over to Duncan, over to Sulphur. Okay, but notice how it's becoming less and less. That's what's going to come into Oklahoma City late this morning. It's ended in Elk City and Retrop and Butler. Still sleet falling in Clinton up to Watonga. Oklahoma City, now this is all light to moderate sleet. Where you see the yellows and the reds showing up, that's moderate sleet. Remember, the wind's also blowing, so it's a blowing sleet, kind of horizontal. If you stepped outside and have it hit your face, you know what I'm talking about. But everything here lifting northeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's hauling. And around the metro, notice how it goes from the yellows back to the greens. So it goes from light to moderate back to light, all right? And then it picks back up. So we'll do this another couple of hours, and then it's going to become off and on. And then for the afternoon, it's going to end. All right, still might have some freezing drizzle we'll have to watch out for. Some light sleet up in Ponca City to Billings to Garber to Enid, Helena, Cherokee, you've had nothing. Bouse Junction, you've had nothing, and you're not going to get much. Basically, you're missing this whole event. But there's that sleet up there now. Ponca City, Billings, Perry, Pawnee, Stillwater, Mulhall, Enid. Yep, Billings, Garber getting some sleet. Down south, more of the same. But there's that leading edge, or the back edge, of where this is winding down. And that's already now coming into Rush Springs. So another good hour to an hour and a half, and then it's going to become more like this, where it's going to be spotty. But the damage is done for sure. Road conditions still slick and hazardous, running from Altus to Hobart to Chickasha to all of Oklahoma City. I-44 to Tulsa, not good. Tulsa looks about like what we do now. So does Stillwater. So does Henrietta. Down to McAllister, Ada, Sulphur. Not good. Woodward, Cherokee, Buffalo, the northwest parts of the state, you're in pretty good shape. And also way out west on I-40 on the Texas-Oklahoma border, it is better out there. So, you know, Lace, we've had about what? About a half an inch, give or take, of sleet in Oklahoma City,
there have been many areas that have picked up close to a half of an inch of sleet. Oklahoma City all the way down to portions of, well, all the way down to Duncan, down to the Red River, down to Lawton, back over to Ada, up to Shawnee. Reports quarter of an inch, half of an inch of sleet. Your pictures are flooding in as well. I had to show this one from Yukon. Joe Gunter sent this to us. The turkeys are literally roosting on his front porch, getting out of it. Are you kidding me? Look at him. She's like, oh, I'm awfully cold and snuggly right here. So yeah, it's cold. It's dangerously cold. You don't want to be out in this if you don't have to. This is wave number 1, and David was mentioning wave number 2. Where is it? Well, it's coming out of the Rockies. That precip, actually, that whole system, the energy with it, lifts up over Oklahoma tonight and tomorrow. So here's the latest timing. Now through noon, wave number 1, freezing rain and sleet. It really starts to let up after about really the next hour and a half in the metro. It's light precip into the afternoon. Roads still slick. Freezing drizzle possible, maybe some light sleet. I think it'll be more sleet than anything, but very light this evening. And then wave number 2 tonight. So statewide, what does that look like? Here's lunchtime. The back edge is pushing to the north, and then it's pretty quiet, honestly, as far as the heavy precip is concerned. Roads get a little better. And then tonight, close to midnight, wave number 2 starts to lift on in with, again, heavy sleet, some freezing rain to the southeast. And then 9, 10 o'clock, the back edge of that pushes on out. as far as power outages are concerned, when it's weighted down by the freezing rain and the sleet that we have had, some minor outages, kind of those ones that kind of go out, crews can get a handle on it pretty quickly. But then you get down into southeastern Oklahoma, where this is the area that could have the most icing, could have more of those major outages. So far, that has not happened. 2/10 of an inch to up to 3/4 of an inch off towards the southeast, up to 2/10 of an inch of freezing rain here in Oklahoma City. The sleet so far has been the bigger story, which we said all along. If we get more sleet than freezing rain, we will take it. Roads are a mess, but that does not weight down the power lines. Heading into tomorrow, as far as the snow, a trace is expected. Temperatures single digits and teens with that north wind, guys, still gusting over 35 miles per hour. The wind chill is -9 to -15. Temperatures today only climbing into the teens. Wind chills will stay near 0 all day long. Now, as we go into the afternoon hours, all this presses to the east. Temperatures in the teens for highs, feels much colder. And then between noon and 5, we get that break. Everything starts to push out. Tonight, down into the teens once again. And then tomorrow, wave number 2. We'll track it just like we are this morning as the sleet moves back in. Afternoon temperatures tomorrow in the 20s. And then what happens is skies clear out by tomorrow evening. They're clear. We have sunshine. Those clear skies allow us to drop down to 12 Friday morning, 31 in the afternoon. Light wintry mix Saturday. We finally get above freezing Saturday afternoon, and there are 70s. That's next week. That's your full forecast. We have much more for you right after this. Stay with us.
Man, look at this plow throwing up all this sleet. He's on the shoulder, but he's going pretty fast, and he's sending it up pretty high in the air, too. Wow.
torch.
When he hits it, it goes flying.
Board right there, so you'll be able to see as we focus in.
Zoom in there. We also have Hank Brown's out there. He said the visibility is really poor out at the airport right now, so that's probably what the reason is. We'll be following that. There's Hank's shot right there. Very low visibility at Will Rogers World Airport. Check with your flight. Check your airline before you head out, because a lot of cancellations, delays, you name it.
We want to get out to our Brittany Tulis. She's in Midwest City monitoring the conditions there. Brittany, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Robin and Lacey. You know, I am out at East Lockheed Drive and Southeast 15th Street here in Midwest City. And that video you saw of the news photographer Mauricio pushing the car actually happened right there at that McDonald's. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see what we're looking at. Now, these roads are still pretty packed with this icy snow mixture, and city officials say all plows are out treating these main arteries and bridges and intersections, these main arterial roads, and especially Midwest Boulevard, which runs near Integris. Now, city services are all open today despite the weather. Animal services will only be responding to emergencies, but offices will be open, and courts will only hold what's on the docket today. Now, the senior sitter is the only thing that has been preemptively closed because of the bad weather, and this could also be closed tomorrow. They are going to still decide that depending on how it plays out the rest of the night. But I will keep you guys updated on how things are going out here in Midwest City. But for then, I'm going to send it back to you guys at the desk. Live in Midwest City, Brittany Tulis, Oklahoma's own News 9.
Brittany, the cold almost takes your breath away. We appreciate it. More winter weather coverage right after the break. You're watching News 9.
What Caught My Eye, sponsored by Meiji Hibachi Steakhouse.
The main object of interest is really the ground and the road. On a day like today.
some freezing fog now. Roads are getting worse. Want to get straight over to David Payne and Lacey Swope. They're tracking everything for us. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. Yeah, you know, it's been kind of a wild morning. Everything came into the city about 6 o'clock this morning, and oh, yeah, it's still here. We still have bad roads. Some roads, the West Metro, Canadian County, a little bit better. As you get farther east, Oklahoma County, yeah, our roads look about like that, down into Moore, Norman, up into Edmond. So you can travel. It's just not good. Let's go to Hank Brown now. On top of the sleet, we have freezing fog. And I tell you what, visibilities are pretty low. That's at the airport, Hank. What do you think? Is it beginning to stick on your windshield or on your side mirrors or anything?
Yeah, if I sit still very long, the sleet melts onto the windshield. And so, you know, the roads are slick, and we've been talking about that. But here's something that they're dealing with at the airport. You can see how what looks like fog, I'm going to say sleet fog. They've got the plows out that are plowing the runways and the taxiways off, trying to, you know, get a handle on this. But, yeah, the visibility here is terrible. It's only a few feet above the ground. So, yeah, I'm glad I'm not a pilot today. That'd be a pretty tough place to land. Back to you.
Yeah, and oh boy, yeah, that would not be good. Yeah, today is the day you want to kind of keep it on the ground if you can, if you know what I mean. All right, let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update from Brandon. And he's in southwest Oklahoma City here. And once again, if you get out of the driveway, you're going to find this on a lot of those secondary roads and side streets. Got to go slow. Brandon, location down there, and how are the roads? They don't look good.
Yeah, David, you know, you get off the beaten path you know, there's one lane open on I-35 and I-44 and I-240, but then you get on the secondary roads. This is 104th out around Council, and, you know, they're rutted up, and they're a couple inches deep of sleet, and it's starting to become packed down where the cars have traveled, so, you know, there's ruts, and, you know, it's just extremely slick still down here in southwest Oklahoma City. Back to you.
Yeah, and that looks just like Edmond, and great job there, Brandon and Sammy. So, once again, if you have to get out and about, you're thinking, hey, my shift, I get it. A lot of people have to work, right? Well, we're working. I mean, you got to get to work. You got to get home. Okay, but look at Brandon here. He's in a huge, big truck, weighs about 20,000 pounds. Okay, I oversold that again. But it's a heavy truck and four-wheel drive, and it's, you know, it's made for this kind of weather, but he is driving slow. That's exactly what you have to do. You got to drive slow, okay? All right, let's go back to Links 1. And here's a video from my dad. I got to give it to my dad up in Edmond. Not bad video from Jerry Payne. Take a look at it here. He's holding the camera steady. Look at that. Whoa. Right? Not bad. Now,
good job, Jerry.
That's not rain.
That's sleet?
That's sleet.
Yikes.
Running off the roof. And he said this pile down here is about 15 inches deep, and it's growing by the minute. So the pile is down here, and it's really stacking up. So Jerry's going to be busy in the next couple of days. Look at that pile. Anyway, it's coming off the roofs, it's coming off the gutters, and it's stacking up. So sleet bounces off. It does not stick to trees and power lines, right? That is sleet. Looks like sand. It's hard, little tiny frozen drops, right, that are just solid. They're solid ice. Okay, solid snowflakes that formed above our heads. All right, let's go back to, let's just stay with Links 1 here. And the difference is freezing rain, it falls as a liquid. It glazes everything. Still bad for roads, bad for the trees, bad for the power lines and the power grid. Sleet, what I was showing you in the video, okay, it freezes before it hits the ground. It runs off everything. It's bad for driving, but it's not bad for the trees or the power lines. So more sleet is much better than a lot of ice or that freezing rain. And we don't have much of that. We have mainly sleet. A little bit of lightning and thunder going on from time to time down in the Norman area earlier. A few lightning strikes with this thunder sleet. Chickasha, let me back that up just one more time. We love Chickasha. Looking good down in Grady County. Oh, yeah. Roads are covered up. Broadway Extension, not looking so good right now, right? And Hefner Parkway does not look good either. So there's Broadway Extension. There's El Reno. Okay, we'll kind of step you through these. I-40. There's the Hefner Parkway, Northwest Expressway, making the turn. If you go slow, you can get out and about. And there's I-40 from our Mathis Brothers can. There's OCCC down by the airport. You see that fog in there. Not much fog out in downtown yet. Regency Cam, you see the sleet falling. There's Midwest City, Del City, and there's Cowboy Cam. And yeah, we're still stuck in the mess. All right, so the back edge of this is beginning to finally show up down across southern and southwestern Oklahoma. Much lighter, beginning to end in Altus, beginning to end in Frederick, beginning to end in Ardmore. Still going on from Rush Springs to the northeast to the city, ending in Elk City and Butler. So the back edge is showing up. It'll end here shortly in Clinton. Still sleeting in Watonga and Kingfisher and Stillwater all across the city. Notice how we're starting to see more yellows and greens. This is Next Gen Live, our 1,000,000-watt radar here. You can see the heavier pockets of the sleet. So we're still going to get a good solid hour of this. It's not going to end just like that. And it's just going to get lighter and off and on. But there you go. And up north, sleet now coming into Ponca City and Covington and Perry. And that sleet's moving off to the northeast. So Helena, Cherokee, Freedom, you didn't get much there. And again, down south, it's beginning to break up just a bit as it moves from the south to the north. So road conditions, they're bad. Southwestern, central, northeastern, and southern Oklahoma, not good at all. So, Lacey, roads are not good. They'll improve a little bit this afternoon, but the next wave moves in tonight.
Next wave going to be heavy as well for portions of Oklahoma. So here's the temperature spread right now. We're sitting in the single digits and teens. Wind chills below 0, 5 to 15 degrees. Look at the chances for precip this afternoon. It does start to let up. Wave number 1 comes to an end, and then wave number 2 moves in. I know you're going to be dry into the afternoon, but we will not be done with this system. In fact, as we head into the afternoon, light freezing drizzle possible, maybe some freezing fog, still slick roads. And then tonight, starting at about midnight, wave number 2 lifts in from the south. It will be sleet and freezing rain. We have sleet totals that are already up to 3/4 of an inch near Bethany and Shawnee. Could easily get 1.5 inches when you total up today and tomorrow. And as far as freezing rain is concerned, it's not been the major factor. We're still watching folks down in the far southeast. Guys, I know our crews are out in these conditions to bring you updates. You don't want to be stuck standing out here. That's what our crews are doing to let you know what it's like. Let's go over to you at the desk.
Lacey, thanks so much. Our crews are out and about monitoring the metro roadways as well.
I want to check in with Jordan Daphnis. She is live this morning in Norman. Hey, Jordan.
You guys do not want to be standing out here. I can tell you that. It is true. The sleet is coming down. It's like hitting me right in the face where I'm standing, but it's super interesting. I'm thinking if you're sitting at home watching out your window, I mean, it looks like a gorgeous wonderland, but this isn't snow. This is sleet. It's not fun. It's like grainy, almost just like sand material. You don't want to go out and play in this. So we're at OU campus. Take a look. It's very quiet here. Not a lot of students moving around because they are having a virtual learning day. So we haven't seen any major issues where we've been, but I know there's been some accidents on the freeway. Definitely take it slow. Be careful, but you know, this is just a look. This is what we're seeing out here in Norman. For now, live this morning, Jordan Daphnis, Oklahoma Zone, News 9.
Jordan, thank you.
All right, they're from Norman. Also, we do want to mention schools in the metro are closing or moving classes online. OSU is closed through Thursday.
Metro Tech, OBU, and Rose State students will learn virtually. More closures scrolling at the bottom of your screen, and the full list right now at news9.com.
You heard it was a hit. You heard it was a smash. A wonder. A phenomenon. An international sensation. But you haven't heard them.
For tickets, visit OKCBroadway.com.
Car wreck? Call Parrish Devon.
Pepper wins.
If you're thinking of handling your own injury claim, here's a great do-it-yourself tip. Don't. If things go wrong, you pay the price. You can get in over your head with the insurance company and cost yourself more time and more money in the long run. After an accident, don't do it yourself. Get Parrish Devon on your side and get it right the first time. Call Parrish Devon, 405-444-4444.
One of the great things about getting a tax refund is that you can use it to buy whatever you want. You deserve it. You worked hard, you paid your taxes, and now you...
Probably gonna need some gas.
It's been a while. You know what? We've had 2 weeks ago, we had our record snowfall, 6.8 inches to be exact, right? Remember that Wednesday, Thursday, several weeks ago, and that was all snow, though, all right? Today, though, this is all sleet, a little bit of freezing rain, but mainly just sleet, all right? And that's the way it's going to continue for the next hour to hour and a half in Oklahoma City. Then it's just going to become lighter. So the roads, they're passable. You can drive. Some are okay, and then some are bad. The sleet begins to pack down and kind of melt into one big solid sheet of ice. That's a problem that I think the roads will actually get worse into the afternoon, even though the sun's rays will try to warm the ground and try to help us a little bit. It's just going to be so cold today that it won't help us a whole lot. So just kind of keep that in mind. Let's go to Val and Amy Castor, get an update from those two, and out near Yukon right now. Val, boy, look at that shot. Val, it's amazing. You went from El Reno back into Yukon, and the sleet has been a lot heavier there for sure.
Yeah, David. So right now we're on the city streets in Yukon, and out in El Reno, you know, the interstate is so wide open, and the wind just really sweeps across it and blew a lot of that sleet off. The city streets in El Reno looked a little bit like this, but I do think they have more on the ground here in Yukon. You know, I'm going to say maybe about 1.5 inches on the ground here, and it's just pretty much completely covered all the roads, David.
Great job, Val. So that's that's Yukon. El Reno looks about like this on the secondary streets and the side streets. So if you have to get out, slow it down, give yourself extra time. Don't forget your cell phone, take it with you. Make sure you have a full tank of gas. You know the drill, right? We've been doing this a long time. You know what to do. Let's go to Jeremy Carter and get an update from Jeremy. And boy, look at the visibility in that shot. Sleet and fog, a little bit of everything going on up in the Edmond area. Go ahead, Jeremy.
In my ear. Yeah, David. So we're here on I-35 southbound. You can see we got Frontier City to the right. Really reduced visibility because of the sleet. And, David, you can get around on the roads, but, man, the drifts are making my drive bumpy. There's quite a bit of sleet on the road here. But Bobby is riding with us here this morning, and she said hi. Back to you.
Okay. Who's with you this morning?
Bobby. This is Bobby Miller.
Bobby.
Hi, David.
Bobby Miller? How?
He's supposed to be on the air here in a little bit.
How is?
Little Mazda rental car, and he said it wasn't a good idea.
She can't hear you because I got you on my earbud. But
how is Bobby Miller with you?
I got this random call that she's in a Mazda rental. And she says, hey, you're close to me.
Her car is in.
I've got to go to work.
Yes, her car is in the shop. And even if she had her car, she can't drive in this anyway.
Yeah, and she had actually, David, there was a young lady in a Mustang who had spun out, and she lives kind of on a grade, and her driveway, of course, is graded to her house.
Okay.
And there's a young lady spun out in her driveway, going nowhere. She wouldn't have got out of her driveway this morning, David.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, great job. Go ahead, and I guess you're going to bring Bobby to work. Man, how does Bobby Miller get a ride into work?
You take me home?
Yeah.
Come on, Jeremy.
Can you take me to McDonald's?
Jeremy can. You don't want Bobby taking you home.
Oh, no, I got you.
You won't make it. All right. Bobby kind of locks up when it gets below about 40 degrees.
Locks up.
She vapor locks. You get into this stuff, she's a hot mess. Okay. All right, let's go to Tom Pastrano now. Get an update from Tom. And Tom, there you go, down south. And boy, look at that. It looks like Norman again. Is that where you are? Yeah, you're River Oaks Drive. Yep, down in Norman. Not good.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we have areas out here that's approaching 3/4 of an inch, maybe an inch of sleet. And there's definitely some deeper ruts. The sleet continues to fall. Visibilities are getting lower as everybody else is reporting. But, yeah, this sleet is still falling, and it's probably going to start getting a little bit deeper. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. At least, though, Tom, it's going to start to become lighter, and then gradually this will end. This is wave 1, of course, and wave 2 arrives later tonight. Okay, back to Links 1. Looks like this. Chickasha, talking about the Broadway extension here. And each time we go to these cameras, the roads are just a little bit worse. We're seeing a little bit less concrete or pavement showing up. There's Northwest Expressway. There's the on-ramp northbound to Hefner Parkway. That's southbound Hefner Parkway right there. The Speedway is not the Speedway today. Look at the visibilities right now at I-40 and I-44. It is slow going. All right, now that's good. That's what we like to see. School's closed, OCCC. Not much going on there. Parking lot is empty. There's I-44, and then there's our Regency cam from downtown. There's Midwest City and Del City there. Dark. The fog, a little bit of fog going on, and of course the sleet falling. And hey, Cowboy Cam looks good. Looks good there. Beautiful shot. All right, so big wave moving in, moving out, beginning to end in southern Oklahoma, and this will gradually kind of pinwheel east of I-35. And notice how we're getting these pockets. So it's ending in Hobart, ending in Altus, ending in Snyder. The back edge now will come up in Oklahoma City. So the sleet's going to end in the metro, okay? It'll end here the next couple of hours. It's going to get lighter. It'll be more off and on, and then it's going to end. But right now, Watonga going on there with some light sleet here in the metro. Light sleet, pocket of moderate sleet coming right up 81, right up I-44. So the roads are going to get hammered another good hour with this, okay? Then it's going to get lighter. Close to home, we have light to moderate sleet where you see the yellows and the reds. That's pretty good sleet. And up north, Ponca City to Marlin to Perry. Some sleet up in here. Enid, you had a little bit, but not much. You didn't have a drop of anything up in Cherokee and southern Oklahoma. Purcell, Ninnekah, Rush Springs, some sleet there. Road conditions, once again, they're bad from Altus to Grand Lake. They're bad from Stillwater to Ardmore. So nearly, what is that, about 80% of the state traveling, not good, not a good idea. Lace?
Okay, all right, producer's talking to me. I heard you. I'm listening to you. I was listening to Shiloh, too.
You were grabbing... I was like,
okay, the baby did kick, so I was holding my tummy, so we're good. We're good in that realm. He just looked at me like I just went into labor. No,
yeah, I was like,
we're good.
Okay.
My moment was I was listening to Shiloh. Shiloh,
okay.
If you can set the clock. Thank you. All right, everything is well. Let me show you the pictures coming in. We love all your pictures and video. It's not snow, it's sleet. So, buddy, checking out the sleet in Yukon. Check it out. Not so sure. Back inside's definitely the place to be. Yeah, it's a little tasty. Wind chills right now really being impacted. These are the air temperatures, single digits in teens. North winds 15 to 30 miles per hour. So it feels like -6 to -15. And through the day today, look at the temperatures this afternoon into the teens. And here's how we're shaping up. Wave number 1 is pushing out, and eventually wave number 2 arrives into the evening. So here's your timeline. Wave number 1 has been mainly sleet with some heavy freezing rain, getting very light into the afternoon. Roads still slick. And then between 3 and 10, light freezing drizzle, some slick roads. They'll continue. Slick roads will continue. And then wave number 2 moves on in. Power outages, yes, we've had some. We could likely see more down in the southeast. Sleet's been the big story, which is great for the power grid, bad for the roads. Some areas have already had close to an inch of sleet. We'll get more as we head into the evening and tonight. Up to 2/10 of an inch of freezing rain, but honestly, much of that has been sleet, which has been great. And a little light snow on the backside. This round pushes on out. We dry it out for quite a while. And then as we head into tonight and tomorrow, the next round lifts on in, and that will be combined with what we've had on the roads, and roads will be slick and hazardous. So today, teens tonight, 25 tomorrow. The precip ends about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning on your Thursday. 31 Friday, light wintry mix on Saturday, and here come the 60s and 70s into next week. Guys, our trackers will be out through the morning. Back to you.
Lacey, thank you so much.
Well, roads are treacherous this morning and only getting worse out there.
I want to talk to OHP and Trooper Eric Foster. Good morning, Trooper Foster.
Good morning.
Hey, tell me how things are going on the roads. What are your troopers seeing on the highways?
So right now, travel is okay, and people are taking it slow and moderate, and that's good. Initially, when it came into the metro area, we did have some problems south of the metro on I-35 and I-44 both. But people are slowing down and taking it easy, and that's really good. Two areas of concern that we have is that people that were taking it slow this morning might get a little overconfident this afternoon, get out in that when all of this traffic has had time to go over this precipitation and cause it to melt, briefly and then cause ice. So one area of concern is that don't get overconfident just because you might be driving okay right now. The other issue is when we're responding to crashes right now, we are seeing that people are not dressed for this weather. So for whatever reason, their cars are garage kept, and they don't realize how extreme it is today. They're getting in their vehicles and driving, and then when their vehicles get into a crash and the maybe the heater isn't working because the car can't run anymore, then they're stuck in an extreme dangerous situation.
Well, Trooper
and so
Foster,
that's something, make sure.
Yeah, good advice there, and thanks so much for joining us as we get ready to go to break. It feels like -5 or even worse out there this morning,
goodness.
so good reminder. Grab a blanket, throw it in the back of the car. If you do have to get out, bundle up, drive safely. Back with more after this.
For decades, a thriving black community called downtown home.
If you were not here, it's difficult for you to imagine what it was.
Art.
Quite a mustache. Sure does. It's working.
I'd say it's about 1.5 inches deep, just kicking it around.
Yeah.
So, where's here? There's a little bit of snow mixed in here, but it's probably still 75% sleet. By the way, in Yukon, I just stopped and looked, and there is...
At the airport, make sure you check the website, Fly OKC. Buckle up, drive very slowly out there because another round of this winter mess is coming in. Keep it here on 9, back with more.
Things can change in an instant.
Active shooter.
Completely clean. Tom was saying he's got all snow in Norman now. We got a tiny bit mixed in here. Yeah, just a tiny bit. I mean, it's probably still, 70% sleet though. visibility's gone down, hasn't it?
Yes, let's go to Lynx 1 control room. This is our first wave of ice, but mainly sleet. A little bit of ice, but mainly sleet. Now running from Ponca City to Enid, back to Kingfisher. It's beginning to end out west. Our continuing coverage continues. Right after this, we'll be back, as always, the one and only Stay Up News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Bob Hurley RV is your #1 fall.
Camping out here.
Well, I'm not really saving much money. Usually Walmart is the cheapest.
Yeah.
Weather coverage. Thanks for joining us. And if you've been watching this morning, you know the sleet in the metro has been pretty hectic for drivers, and it is cold out there as well.
I'll tell you, brutal cold out there. -5 it feels like in portions of the metro area. David Payne in the house this morning. He's been with us most of the morning here, tracking this storm as it came through the metro. Where are we right now at 10 a.m.?
Well, we're a mess, guys. That's about it. Back
well, that's
to you
a personal
all.
problem.
Thanks, we'll take it
How
from
about
here.
the weather?
Oh, talking about the weather. Sorry. My doctor called. Okay, so here's the deal. We've had a wave, and a big wave, obviously, of sleet moving through the metro. We've had some light freezing rain. We've had anywhere from 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch, approaching an inch, and some areas of sleet. And that's why the winter storm warning is in effect for the metro. This is what we've been talking about all week long, and boy, it is here. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's down in Moore, and Sammy, and look at that shot. It's a slow go. You can travel, but again, as that sleet gets compacted with people driving on it, it just doesn't get any better. It gets worse. I think that's what's going to happen throughout the day. Brandon, give us an update down from Moore.
Yeah, David, this is actually Highway 62 in Newcastle. So, you know, this is a main thoroughfare and a main artery from Blanchard to the southwest Oklahoma City area, and it is completely sleet covered. Still just a little bit of freezing rain mixed in, but we've kind of started to transition to a little bit of snow mixing in now. So, you know, it just continues, and roads are in pretty bad shape right now. Back to you.
All right, good job, Brandon. Way to go down south. And again, that shot has looked like that since about 6 to 7 o'clock this morning. All right, let's go to Tom Pastrano. He is farther south, and you know where he is. He's on the campus there, going through Norman, going through OU, and or at least close by campus. And boy, I tell you what, Tom, it's just it's a good day to stay at home and not get out. Exactly what's going on right now with the sleet. Boy, it's coming down.
Yeah, that's right. Everything's blowing sideways. You know, over the last 15 minutes, we actually transitioned to all snow. We had a little bit of sleet mixed in. Right now, it's about maybe 80% snow and 20% sleet. But it's been snowing for about 20 minutes now. And, you know, it's blowing. So, you know, the snow's creating some low visibilities. Back to you.
That's a problem. Winds are still 30, 35 miles per hour from time to time. So we have a little bit of blowing snow. We have some sleet still falling, obviously. And you can travel, sure, you can do this, but you just have to go slow. Okay, let's go to Val and Amy Castor, get a quick update from them. And they're out in Yukon. I see Val and Amy are doing some shopping at the local Walmart. That'd be fine. So, guys, what do you think? Pick up some supplies, huh?
Well, you know, actually, we're getting gas. That's what we're doing over here. And just to let you know, if anybody plans on getting gas, the diesel nozzle seems to be frozen up on a lot of these gas pumps here and not really letting it pump. Just kind of as a side note there. But this is Yukon, David. And we stopped a while ago and took a measurement, and there's 1.5 inches of sleet on the ground. And kind of what, like Tom was saying just a minute ago, it's starting to transition a little bit here. We're getting about 20% snow and 80% sleet. Not 100% like he has, but anyway, that really doesn't make much difference for the roads because they're already slick as it is. Back to you, David.
All right, there you go. So, again, hear it from Val. The diesel pump kind of frozen up this morning. If you're trying to get some diesel in your car, so keep that in mind. It's just so cold. The diesel's a bit on the slow side at the gas pumps. You heard it live from Val Castor. Okay, let's go to Links 2. And let me show you with Links 2 what I'm talking about. This is a picture from Edmund. This is from my dad. He sent the video in earlier, right? We were showing you a video. It looked like a waterfall. It still is coming off the house. Look at that pile of sleet now. Yeah, looks like I might have to go over and give him some help. But that is a large pile of sleet. That is so thick and dense. I promise you, I mean, snow drifts will hang around for a couple of weeks, right? This is going to be there a while. We'll go help him out. But anyway, that is thick, it's dense, and that's how he gets out of his house. This is a sidewalk that goes out to the street. He could be a shut-in for a while. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on it. All right, looking good up in Edmond. It's a mess for sure. All right, so let's talk about sleet. How's it forming? Here's the deal. We have freezing temperatures way up at the top. All right, so everything up here, we have, again, snow falling, basically. It falls into a layer of warm air that's above freezing. Okay, so it turns back into liquid. And then as it gets down closer to the ground, you get up high enough, this is all below freezing, so that raindrop freezes into a little tiny sleet ball, and that's what you're getting piling up outside and running off the house. So you go from really cold to a warm layer of air to a freezing layer down below, and you get sleet. If this were all freezing, which is trying to be in pockets, that's why we're getting all snow in there. Looks like a little more snow beginning to fall down in Chickasha. Look at that shot from, boy, the Broadway extension does not look good. El Reno does not look good either. Looks about like that. Northwest Expressway. And look at Mathis Brothers Cam now. We have fog, we have snow, we have sleet. OCCC Cam's a mess. Regency Cam downtown, Midwest City. You get the drill, right? There's I-44 from Cowboy Cam, and it is slow going. All right, so there's your big wave. This is wave 1, moving in, moving to the northeast, not good. And that's what I'm talking about right here. Beginning to end in Mangum and Altus, ending down there. Still some sleet in Duncan to Pauls Valley to Sulphur. Western Oklahoma, it's now ended. You're still cloudy. Here in Oklahoma City, we have light to moderate pockets of sleet and a little snow mixed in. Over to Prague, over to Shawnee, over to Seminole, up to Kearney. Let's go to Integris Cam right now. And let's just kind of switch gears here. Let's go to Integris Cam.
They're pushing the cars.
What are we looking at?
They're pushing the car. The car with that pole. It's like a white car. Yeah.
Okay, well, this is Integris Cam. I don't see anything.
Right. Down there, they're pushing it.
Oh, here it is. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay. Put your spectacles on.
I got you. Okay, seriously? Well, how long are we going to go to HR today?
Come on.
All right, here it is. All right, so yeah, so there, nice shot. There you go. There we go. Pushing this guy out. And now the problem is they might be stuck. We'll see what happens with that.
Two-wheel drive maybe might be an issue.
Yeah, for sure. And that's where you're going to have your problems. Come up to a stoplight or stoplight. You're going to stop for a second and try to get things going. You're going to have some issues there. All right, we're watching it. Let's go back to Links 1. Now, by the way, that's the Hefter Parkway and Northwest Expressway. So pockets of light sleet, moderate sleet, a little bit of snow mixed in, and a closer shot of that right across the metro. Northern Oklahoma, Enid, not a whole lot. Ponca City, a little bit, not a whole lot, but enough. Some slick spots up here, south and east of Enid. And that's going to go on another hour or two, and then even that will gradually come to an end. So Lace, first wave so far has been impressive. Boy, the sleet amounts have been really impressive.
Check out the totals. Andrew put together this graphic of some of the reports coming in.
Wow.
Bethany, this has been mainly a sleet storm for much of Oklahoma. Heavy sleet, over 1/2 of an inch, over 3/4 of an inch in Bethany, down to, let's see, Choctaw, all the way over to Tecumseh, Shawnee, 1/2 of an inch, Ada, 1/2 of an inch, Mears, Apache, southwestern Oklahoma, close to 1/2 of an inch of sleet. So that's why we're seeing the very slow travel, and that's going to continue off and on for the next few hours, and then it really starts to let up in intensity. Single digits and teens are the temperatures. You heard from Trooper Foster earlier saying a lot of the folks that they've helped that have had these minor accidents or spinouts, when they got to their vehicles, the folks inside weren't prepared for these conditions as far as how they were dressed. So if you're about to hit the roads, make sure you are layered up, you are good to go, because you don't want to be stuck off the side of the road like that in shorts and tank top, okay? It's dangerously cold right now, and it's going to stay that way through the day. Wind chill is now -9, the coldest it's been all morning right now, down to -15 in northwestern Oklahoma. Your hour-by-hour forecast, look at the temps warming back up. 15, that's still hypothermia can set in 30 minutes, and single-digit wind chills through the day. We've been below freezing since 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday. We will likely stay below freezing until 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. Okay, pipe bursting conditions. There's the first wave of precip. As David mentioned, it'll start to let up pretty quickly. Next round over the Four Corners portions of our nation. So wave number 1 becomes light. Here's lunchtime today. Still some light sleet around, maybe some light snow. By 4 o'clock, it's in far eastern Oklahoma, but then it picks back up its intensity over around midnight, spreads up over mainly the same areas, central, eastern Oklahoma, very light in the west through about 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow evening, and then it starts to wind down. So power outages, we've had some, but as far as extensive, widespread, crippling ice storm, this is not that setup. The sleet's helping a ton. If we do see more widespread outages, it'll be in the southeast. So far, up to 1 inch of sleet. I think we could easily get 1.5 inches, maybe even 2 inches in localized areas. Freezing rain, not a major player, thank goodness, but we are concerned still for folks in the far southeast for the next wave tonight and tomorrow. A trace of snow, not a major deal. And guys, the temperature's still in the teens as we head into tomorrow. So we're going to get an end here. This will wind down round number 2 tomorrow. Then it's out of here. Clear skies by tomorrow evening, 12 Friday morning, 31 Friday afternoon for a high, above freezing finally Saturday afternoon. Then the Arctic air erodes away, and our 60s, they turn to 70s. It's going to happen. Right now, it doesn't seem that way, though, because the winter storm is raging on.
And as you come to us, Lacey, what you're watching is a car on I-44 right at Northwest 36th. He got out, took some pictures. Looks like the power pole came down with him, the light pole. And now he's attempting to get back up. Okay, he got enough momentum, but that's what's been playing out in the smaller box while we continue our coverage right here.
All right, hopefully he'll be okay. His car looks like it's got some trouble after hitting that power pole there. Again, I-44 right at Northwest 36th Street. Hopefully he'll make it to his destination. Let's check in with our reporters who are out and about as well. Augusta McDonald in the Norman area. Augusta, how is it down in Norman?
Hey, it is snowy and slick here in the Norman area right now. The shot you're looking at is I-35 headed north. We're headed toward Moore, a little bit north of Norman. So you can see we've got one clear lane of traffic. Not super slick, but the roads, you can see where, either a plow or just traffic has cleared this one section of road. Otherwise, especially driving inside roads that haven't been plowed yet, not getting a ton of traffic, they are pretty much covered in snow. So this sleet that's piled up, so you really can't see the roadways very well. But I would say in Norman and, south of the metro, it's been really quiet. There was a little bit more traffic this morning, maybe people trying to beat the storm. But as we've been kind of cruising around town, I just have not seen a ton of traffic. People are going pretty slow. We've seen a few people, spinning out or taking a corner too fast and skidding out. But for the most part, it sounds like it's been pretty quiet. Norman police are not responding to any non-injury wrecks because of the slick conditions. So if you do get into any sort of non-injury collision, in Norman, pull your vehicle to the side of the road and just wait for help. There's been a few wrecks, no injury wrecks so far this morning, and just talked to dispatchers about 30 minutes ago, and they said they haven't seen a huge uptick in calls. They're being busy, but not a huge uptick. Things that are closed, that if you're in Norman, you're in Cleveland County, that might inconvenience you today. State offices in Cleveland County may have reduced services, and the courthouse is closed today, and that's along with, the schools and OU going virtual. So definitely quiet around town. We had a hard time finding an open Starbucks. So if you need to get a coffee, if you're out and about, we do recommend you stay home because it's slick, but you got to go to like the Target, Starbucks. So other than that, pretty quiet down in Norman. Everybody drive slow.
Life is rough. Life's rough, right?
Augusta McDonald, thank you, reporting live on the road for us. And you can see kind of poor visibility in some of these shots. Let's get over to Hannah Scholl. She's watching the drive and tracking the weather for us. Hey, Hannah.
Yeah, well, through the metro, not only do we have bad roads, but visibility is bad as well. So everyone's just going to need to slow down and take it easy. We've seen a lot of cars getting stuck, getting off of roadways into ditches, and we saw one car that hit a power pole as well. No major injury crashes, though, so that's all good news. Your Pike Pass Skycam Network, this is our Integris cam showing Lake Hefner Parkway and Northwest Expressway. And if you are headed out and you do get stuck, make sure that you're dressed for this weather because you're going to need to get outside, push your car, all that stuff. So make sure you're prepared for the weather if you head outside, even if you're not planning on getting stuck, Sometimes your plans just don't work out like that. Your Pike Pass Skycam Network, this is our Mathis Brothers cam. Visibility is low, so not only are roads slick, you can barely see anything. This is American Fidelity, that's Broadway Extension. You can't really see it. It's pretty foggy through there. And this is visibility in miles. It's about 1 mile on average through the metro. In Ada, we're at 1 mile, 0 in McAllister. And of course, with temperatures at the roadway below freezing, those fog droplets will freeze on contact as well. So a little bit of freezing fog is possible. And again, through the metro, things are moving slowly, but that is a good thing. We haven't had any injury accidents reported, just some of those small fender bender type stuff because of the slick conditions on roadways. That's ice covered roads, ice covered and sleet covered. And it shows up as blue because there is no color for sleet, but this is all sleet covered roads from Altus to OKC all the way up to Tulsa. And for much of the state, it's ice and sleet. So if you're out driving, because I know not everyone can stay home all day, so if you do have to head out the door, just be aware that you're going to need to, first of all, slow down, but second of all, leave a lot of space between you and the next car, because when roads have sleet and ice on them, it's going to take longer for you to stop. On dry roads, it only takes about 3 to 4 seconds. Wet roads were up to 5. By snow-covered roads, we're up to 8. Sleet's going to be kind of in between ice and snow. It is slipperier for sure, so we're up to 10 to 14 seconds that it takes for you to stop, and that's at speeds of 35 miles per hour. If you're going faster, it's going to take even longer. So definitely be careful. ODOT's going to have some trouble clearing these roads up even once the precip stops rather, because at this temperature of roads, salt just doesn't work to melt things. We're at 18 degrees for road temperatures in Oklahoma City, 15 in El Reno, 16 in Watonga. It is very cold, and if you are out and about, make sure, just some reminders, accelerate and decelerate slowly, reduce speed, and be careful when you're turning. Some problem spots are going to be hills, the off-ramps, the on-ramps, the back roads, the places that not a whole lot of people have been. So those roads are covered more. And then also be careful changing lanes, give semis and plows a little extra space. There is also that gusty wind, so be aware of that. We have more updates right here on News 9. Back to y'all.
Hannah, thanks so much. All right, taking a live look. Our trackers are out and about. We're monitoring the morning drive. 10:16 on our Wednesday morning. Keep it here.
thing down in Norman, and he's got a mixture of sleet, freezing rain, and snow. And he's coming in I'd like to. You know, actually, probably even east of there would be better. Yeah. More freezing rain. Trying to figure out where to go. I don't want to bunch up with everybody else. I ain't going to go to work. Go over to I-40 and go south. Come back.
Weather coverage. Want to let you know about the latest power outages right now. We have a really big power outage in eastern Oklahoma City. OG&E with the most of those, and there's kind of a swath from Guthrie to Arcadia, Jones down to Choctaw. Not sure what exactly happened there, but OG&E telling News 9 the power there should be restored by about 11:15, so another hour or so. But we are seeing an uptick in power outages with this winter weather storm. Let's get over to David Payne, talk about what else is headed our way. Dave?
Well, guys, here's the deal. And, you know, Lacey, we're talking about at least we haven't had a whole lot of ice. So we're not getting a bunch of power outages due to tree limbs and power lines falling because we've had a lot of sleet, and sleet bounces off everything. It won't stick. It won't stick to the power lines and trees, okay? It just bounces off and goes to the ground. So it could be worse. We'll take sleet over ice, but sleet makes it for, yeah, slippery and dangerous travel for sure. Let's go to Jeremy Carter now. Let's take his shot in here. And one decent lane. Let's get an update from Jeremy and find out where he is exactly. And Jeremy, here's the deal. One lane that you're on looks pretty good right now. Give me your exact location there.
Yeah, so I'm coming into the south sides of Edmond on the Broadway extension right now. You see Kilpatrick's right in front of me. And really, that's what you got. You got one lane that's kind of clear. And, you know, in this lane, it's not too bad. But as you're getting off the highway, getting on the highway, and you're driving to quite a pile of sleet. And no doubt there's some hidden slick spots where I see that are even slicker than the regular roads. So best thing to do, man, take your time. And you can get around if you need to, but definitely not a great way to drive today. Bye-bye. Back to you, David. I'm sorry.
Okay, now you're good. Great job there, Jeremy. And up in the Edmond area, he's on Broadway Extension. That's the Kilpatrick Turnpike. He is now moving into South Edmond here from the south. He's going north. There's the on-ramp coming on to Broadway Extension, going into Edmond as well. Okay, let's go to Val and Amy Castor. And, oh, boy, not moving very fast at all. Let's find out where Val is and get an update from him. Val, what's your location there? It's a slow go. Lots of sleet.
Yeah, I-40 and Rockwell right now, and this is not due to a wreck. This is just construction over here. But kind of like what Jeremy was saying, if you look right there, there's one lane that has a couple ruts open basically down to dry pavement, or I would say semi-dry, a little bit slick. But if you get off in the left lane, which sometimes you got to do to pass people, it's basically a fight in the snow. You're going left and right, trying to keep it straight. So best thing to do is just to kind of slow it down and really not get too much in a hurry and arrive safely. Back to you, David.
Matters. You can get there, sure. It's, you know, we're not shut down like a foot of snow where you can't go anywhere, but it's just a slow go. You got to take it easy, and these conditions will continue all day long. And then our next wave of winter weather comes up tonight. More on that coming up. We've been talking about these two waves, okay? All right, let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update from Brandon. And let's go back to his shot. And he is, I guess, near downtown Oklahoma City. Let's find out. Oh, he's down in Norman. All right, Brandon, go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, Dave, we're back on I-44 coming up on 149th. You know, it's just a little bit more of the same. One thing I noticed, though, as you can see in my shot, I'm a little bit zoomed in, though, but, you know, if my tires just barely get off of what you can see is a little bit of concrete onto the shoulder, man, it really tries to pull me off into the ditch. So, you know, that sleet's a couple inches deep, and it's been plowed, so there's a plow getting off right now. So it just continues to pile up on the shoulders. So as you transition, you know, that's something to definitely watch out for over the next couple hours. Back to you.
Hey, all right, great job, Brandon. Looking good. The roads are not looking so good there. He's going to get off here at exit 109th. And there you go. Yeah, it's just, you know, you got to go easy. There you go. There's your truck, your salt and sand truck in front of you there. They're plowing these roads, but it is so compacted down that just not having a whole lot of luck, okay? So that's why it's just going to stay about like this through the day. Okay, Lynx 1, let me show you this storm system. She's been spinning for about 10 days now, and the main storm is still back to the west. This first storm coming out now, right here, right overhead. There's the first storm. This is going to be tonight's storm. And look at the spin going on. There you go. Check her out. Going right down I-40, strong upper storm, strong jet stream winds. Temperatures, 11 now in Oklahoma City, 8 in Ponca City, 8 in Woodward. Not going to be a whole lot of melting today. North winds at 30 miles per hour, gusts at 30. 25 is pretty common. Dangerous wind chills below zero, central, western, all of northern Oklahoma. And at times, with those gusts, you'll get winds gusting to 25 to 30. You'll get winds, again, wind chills at about 10 to 15 below zero from time to time. Road temperatures, this is why we're not doing any melting. Road temperatures are in the teens. That's road and pavement and all the above. Chickasha Cam, sleet. Look at that shot from American Fidelity Cam, Broadway Extension. We have sleet, we have some snow, and we have freezing fog. It just makes things worse. Visibilities are better out in Yukon. Northwest Highway or Northwest Expressway and the Hefner Parkway still is a mess. People are still traveling. You can get out. Look at I-40 and I-44 from our Mathis Brothers Cam. Boy, that's a bad, ugly shot there. OCCC socked in with fog and sleet. And then as we come to Regency Cam, there it is. There's downtown Oklahoma City. And we go to Midwest City, Del City. So it looks like this in Moore, Norman. It looks like this at our Cowboy Cam on the north side. That's I-44 there. This is wave 1. Now ending in western Oklahoma. So it's ending and it's moving east. So this is not going to be an all-day thing in Oklahoma City. It's ending in Altus and Snyder and Hobart and Frederick. Still some sleet going on in Chickasha down to Pauls Valley. This is going to go on another good solid hour in Oklahoma City. And then it's going to become like this. It'll be off and on. We'll get some holes in it. And then that'll be it. Western Oklahoma, we're talking about Hydro to Colony to Clinton to Putnam. It's ending there. And then Oklahoma City, the heaviest sleet now is in Cushing and Bristow. Light to moderate sleet in Oklahoma City with snow mixed in. But the back edge now is coming in on Hinton down to Fort Cobb Lake and Anadarko. So once this moves by, the heavy precip's going to end. Then we're going to be left with freezing fog and some freezing drizzle through the day, even though the heavy precip will end here the next hour to an hour and a half in Oklahoma City. But across the metro, it is still blowing and going. It's windy. This is sleet, and it will continue. Northern Oklahoma, Garber, Covington, Enid just had some sleet go through there, coming in on Ponca City. And that continues to push off to the northeast right now at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. And down south, pockets of light sleet. So you see the trend. It'll wind down in Oklahoma City between now and noon. And then for the afternoon, like we've said, we will get a break. But here are your latest on your road conditions. And if you're under the purple, you can look out your front door and see what's going on. Roads are just bad or just really bad. And Lacey, you know what? We're going to lose this first wave. Then the next wave is what comes in tonight. So we'll do it again. We'll reload.
We'll do it all again around midnight tonight. We'll start to track the heavy sleet from round number 2 that'll lift back in from the south to the north. This is the current look from space looking down on Oklahoma. It's sunny in Woodward right now. It's sunny in Buffalo and Arnett and our Panhandle. This is really a kind of a razor sharp line of where we've got the really bad conditions to just no precip whatsoever. Yukon, you've had the heavy sleet, roadways, neighborhood streets completely blanketed. Freddie, thanks so much for sending that picture in. Keep your pictures coming. I noticed there are no ruts in the sleet there. It looks like most folks in Freddie's neighborhood are just kind of staying put. Highest sleet total we've had so far has been Holdenville that I have seen anyway. I know Andrew's checking these as well. Holdenville 1 inch, Bethany 0.8 of an inch, Tecumseh 0.7 of an inch, Shawnee, Lawton, Ada nearly 1/2 of an inch, in southwestern Oklahoma as well. David mentioned the fog that's settling in. It's dense. dense fog across the metro. It's setting up in places, especially the southwest sides, and that is going to be freezing fog since our temperatures are still in the single digits and teens. Winds are 15, 25, gusting at times to 30, -7 to -10, the wind chill. Now, the winds that are gusting now, they back off into the afternoon and evening, and especially tonight and tomorrow. Winds will not be as strong, so the wind chill not as cold. But if you have plans today, what you see right now is kind of what you get. The precip ends, but we will stay. The sleet isn't going to melt. It's not going to go away. Wave number 1 winds down. Wave number 2, David showed it to you, out to the west. And here it comes statewide by 4 o'clock. Still some light precip in eastern Oklahoma. We're quiet into the evening. And then tonight, here comes the next round, spreading in from the south, from Clinton to Kingfisher to Oklahoma City by about 2 a.m. It's the heaviest I-44 and southeast, and that pushes out about 9, 10 o'clock, and the precip with this system will be done. That'll be all she wrote. Power outages, we've had some across central Oklahoma. The bulk of the freezing rain that should weigh down the power lines, the tree limbs, still looks to be far southeast Oklahoma with this next round coming on in. If you get more sleet, that'd be a good thing. We've had a lot of sleet, and we're still expecting in total 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches in some areas. And you saw some of those drifts that are now 6 inches high. How much freezing rain? Up to 2/10 inches as the next round comes through. Many areas won't pick up that high end with higher amounts down to the southeast. Snow, we've had some snow this morning. We'll have a chance for some snow tonight and tomorrow, but a trace expected. Afternoon temperatures in the teens, and now through 5 o'clock, this first round starts to wind on down. Your 9-day forecast, we'll have 20s tomorrow, 12 Friday morning with clear skies, 31 in the afternoon. Light wintry mix into your Saturday, and there are 70s. Right now, we're focused on this winter storm. We'll check back with our trackers coming up, guys.
And we are checking with our crews who are out and about on the roadways right now.
Tevis Hillis at Northwest 36 and I-44.
That's Reno, isn't it?
This is 10.
Yeah, but no, if it's a light.
No. Reno goes east and west.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Trying to make contact with her on I-44 at Northwest 36. Tevis? All right, we'll check in with her in just a moment. I think we have some more reporters we can go to.
All right, Caleb Califano out and about as well. Caleb, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys loud and clear. So we are on Southwest 59th on the southwest side of the city. And I can tell you, inside the city, the roads are completely sleet covered, every single inch in the parking lots, on the roads itself. People are taking it slow. But one thing I do suggest for a lot of people, even though it's daytime, keep your headlights on, at least for when you're getting near vehicles, because the visibility has gone down a lot. Since we've been here, we stuck on this side near I-44 near the airport, and the visibility went way down for the past couple hours. But inside the city, the first time we've been here this morning, I can tell you sleet covered all the way around. You just want to watch out. You want to be careful. And if you're hopping on those interstates, just be careful, because those on and off ramps are sleet covered as well. But we'll be driving around, keeping you updated with what we see. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Caleb Califano on the southwest side of the metro. Thanks so much. We're getting ready to do a little shift change here. Thanks for continuing watching our extended coverage of the winter storm.
Hey, we've got an accident here. Wait,
Why didn't you set the fence over that concrete
yes.
pillar too?
So, if y'all can see our shot here, the news desk called us a while ago and said they had an accident, and this is on Northwest 10, just east of Meridian, and looks like a Chevy Tahoe lost control and went through a fence and hit a brick pillar, basically, on the fence in an apartment complex, and made a mess. Got it. That guy in that truck needs to leave. I gotta move.
You want me to record?
Yeah.
take over the desk for a little bit.
We are in extended winter weather coverage
I
at
know.
10:30.
Okay, babe, you drove to work today. How did you make it in?
It was slow going on the turnpike, Kilpatrick Turnpike, very slow going. I was behind a salt truck, so I had that benefit of having the fresh salt laying down on the road to make a nice, easy drive. But you had an interesting ride in.
Okay, so I called Jeremy Carter and his wife, Ramey. There are storm trackers, there are winter storm trackers, and they were already out and about, kind of close to where I live, so they came and picked me up because I had a Mustang who had slid off the road into my front yard. I'm in a little Mazda rental car. My husband's out of town, and I was like, okay, we're not doing this. So Jeremy and his wife.
Better be safe than sorry, yeah.
They're very sweet. They came and got me. They brought me to work. We got here safely. They're a lot of fun. They really are. They're a sweet couple. So anyway, we are taking over right now, and what we're going to start off with is Tevis. She is at Northwest 36th and I-44 Service Road.
And what we're hearing is it's really coming down there in that area. Want to head out to Tevis. What are you seeing out there, Tevis?
Well, Lisa and Bobby, I've been out here since 5 a.m. and at the beginning I said it feels like sand hitting my face when it started coming down around 6:30. It's not as bad as it was. The wind is getting heavier and there's smaller pellets of ice that are coming down right now. But I want to show you where we're at right now. We're right off of I-44 near Northwest 36th Street. And something that hasn't changed between 5 a.m. until now is how many cars are on the road. Now, yes, we've seen them slow down just a little bit, but we are seeing a lot of heavy traffic here on I-44. Just a few moments ago, we did see a car hit that power pole and it did fall down. That car had it had an incident on the backside. It didn't hit the front side, so we think that it swerved into the power pole. But again, we're seeing a lot of traffic here. I was able to speak to OHP. They say they are responding to all 911 calls they receive. The one thing that they're going to do is prioritize injury accidents over non-injury accidents. So if you do get in an accident today, you are not injured, try to take over some of those pictures, also get information, so just so you all know. If you do have to get on the road, also I suggest, I've been sitting in my car all morning. My car has a ton of gas, it's all powered up. I'm fine, I'm warm in my car, but if you do get stuck and you don't have the fortunate power to power up your car, it is brutally cold right now. Pack your gloves, pack your jacket. Also, this isn't really the fun snow to go play with your kids, so enjoy some coffee right inside. Bobby and Lisa.
Oh, I hope you can get inside that car and warm up, Tevis. I don't know if you're actually fine. It's very cold out there, like she said.
She's not fine. She's a trooper, though. That's what we know. Angelicia Bruton, she is inside, I do believe, at the Will Rogers World Airport. And Angelicia, we got to get an update from you because I don't see a lot of people. I bet there are many, many travel delays. Fill us in.
Well, there actually are a lot of people. People are still piling into the airport despite the weather. Just from driving in, I saw that a lot of cars were still parked in the parking garage. But one thing that is different is people aren't rushing to the gates. Everyone's like standing around. People are on their phone, and they're paying attention to this list of departures. A lot of the departures are canceled, delayed. There's a few on time, but not many. I talked to one woman. She said that she was trying to go to El Paso to get to the warm weather, but her flight was delayed. She doesn't know when she's getting out, but she wants to get out of this cold weather, and I hope she gets out today or sometime tomorrow. And I talked to the airport, and they said the delays are because the runways are covered with sleet, just like the snow. So their crews are working overtime just to clear off the runways. And if you want to find out if your flight is delayed, canceled, or still on time, they're saying that you can visit flyokc.com. Live in Oklahoma City, Angelicia Bruton, Oklahoma Zone, News 9.
All right, Angelicia, of course, we did see that there were several delays, like she mentioned, up until about the noon hour. But the big question is, when will this wave end? We want to head over to Chief Meteorologist David Payne for the very latest now.
All right, guys. Well, yeah, it's going to end here the next hour to hour and a half. At least it's going to get much lighter, so some good news there. This is wave one. We'll get a break into the afternoon. The roads won't get a whole lot better, but we'll get a break, and then that next wave comes in here tonight. More on that coming up. All right, trackers, they are still out. We've got an accident here. We've got fog. We've got sleet. We have snow. You name it. We have it going on. Our trackers have been out since 4 o'clock this morning. The weather team has been in here. Lacey and Jed and Cassie and Andrew. Everybody's in here. Justin. And we're doing what we do, and that is track down crazy, wild Oklahoma weather. Let's go to Val Castor. Let's get an update from Val and Amy. Val, looks like you found an accident, and that's not good. Looks like you went through a fence. Give us an update.
Yeah, David. So this is on Northwest 10th, and this is about at Vermont, which is east of Meridian over here, and that car right there actually went through the fence. I want to zoom up on the car real quick so you can see. He went right through the fence, and there's actually some bricks right there, a little brick pillar like that one that he crunched also. So we're sitting here thinking it's a good thing that that fence was there. Otherwise, David, he might have been in those apartments. And this is the Meridian apartments, by the way. Back to you.
Okay, wow, good stuff. Boy, great job there, Val. But boy, bless their hearts, not good. And quite a bit of damage. So they hit it, looks like pretty hard. Took out the fence, took out part of the wall here. Yeah, so, and that's exactly what we don't want. And accidents do happen, but just go slow, okay? Let's go to Tom Pastrano. And Hank just texted me, by the way, and he said he just had thunder at his house, okay? So Southwest Metro, have a little thunder going on in Sleet. We have fog, we have some snow, we have sleet. Tom, visibilities, your shot does not look good. Roads are bad, and you can't see very far. Go ahead.
Yeah, we actually have 2 lanes that are, I wouldn't call them decent, but they're okay to drive on. Right now we're going about 40, and our visibility has really come down. We're about half a mile, maybe a quarter of a mile. This sleet is really blowing around. There's a little bit of light snow, but we went back to mostly sleet. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So now we're back to sleet. We've seen everything. It's been a smorgasbord this morning. We've had a little ice, we've had sleet, we've had snow. All right, let's go to Brandon Pennell. And now there's his shot. Now look at Brandon's shot. Visibilities are a little bit better. And what are we looking at here? Brandon, we have deer up on the top of the hill here, right? There you go. Let's go to Brandon here. There you go. There's a herd of deer they're moving through. Give us an update.
Yeah, I guess they're probably trying to find a place to stay warm, too. They were running through this field until I stopped, and now they're just seeing what's going on. So the sleet stopped for the meantime, but there's a real heavy band fixing to move back in with a little bit of lightning. So we're going to try to position ourselves to be in that when it comes through the Southwest Metro. Back to you.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be that next last wave. And then we'll be kind of off and on after that. But the deer, yeah, there they go. Now they're taking off. There go the whitetails. There go the flags. They're up. They're out of here. And they're going to go find some cover, probably bed down. All right, let's get to it. Talking about Lynx 1, temperatures 11 in Oklahoma City, 10 in Woodward. By the way, it is sunny in Woodward right now. Sunny and 10 degrees. It's sunny in Guyman at 8 degrees. And then you come east, you get problems. It's north winds at 15 to 25 miles per hour, giving us wind chills below 0. You don't want to have to get out and walk anywhere at all. These are dangerous wind chills right now. Chickasha cam, that has not improved. It's getting much lighter. Look at American Fidelity cam. We have fog, we have sleet, we have snow. Moving across the metro, there's El Reno cam. Looks like every place else. Here comes a snowplow. But notice when it goes by, it's not clean behind it. They're not really getting down to the pavement. They're taking off kind of a top layer, but that is about it out of that. And then Mathis Brothers cam. OCCC cam, Southwest Metro, not good. Downtown, not a bad shot, but yeah, all the streets and sideways and this and that are all covered in sleet. And Midwest City, Del City, we're stacked in, we're covered. There's Cowboy cam, that's I-44, looking off to the west there, and yep, it is still a mess. So wave 1 beginning to end now to the west and southwest of Oklahoma City. This will push into eastern Oklahoma for the afternoon. This will end up and down I-35. It will end in Oklahoma City. Let's start you off, though, in the south. It's ending in Lawton, ending in Duncan, ending in Ardmore. Still some light pockets of sleet just south of the metro. It's ending in Hinton now. Clinton, Weatherford, you're finished with this wave. You still might have some freezing drizzle for the afternoon. I have to watch that. But here in Oklahoma City, this is going to be light sleet, pockets of some heavier sleet, a little bit of snow, and a little bit of lightning in here. In this view, we've had 6 lightning strikes, up to 6 here in the last about 30 minutes or so. So a little bit of thunder and lightning moving through, and that's across the city here. Look at there. There you go. It's light to moderate pockets of sleet and some snow mixed in, ending now out near the Cherokee Trading Post. Still going on in Yukon, Edmond, Choctaw. You can see the yellow pockets. Those are pockets of heavier sleet up north. Pretty good sleet now going through Garber and Billings and Marlin, going to Ponca City, Cushing and Yale. Some pretty good sleet there. But again, notice in the northwest, it has ended. And southern Oklahoma, it's ending as well. So the back edge of this, where it is not doing anything at all except maybe some freezing drizzle, the heavy precip is now beginning to end in Apache and Ninnekah. Once that moves by Oklahoma City, that's going to be it. So road conditions, though, the damage is done, are just slick and hazardous, running from southwestern into western, central, southern northeastern and eastern Oklahoma. So all of our main arteries in the state, our highways, the big highways, I-35 northbound is not good. I-44 to Tulsa is a train wreck. I-40 eastbound's bad, westbound's bad to about Clinton and Weatherford. Down south to Ardmore's bad, and the H.E. Bailey down to Lawton. That's not good. So either way, folks, it's a tough go. If you have to get out, you can travel. You just got to go slow. You got to go easy. And Lacey, we're talking about, boy, these sleet amounts are impressive.
They're impressive.
Yeah.
This is how we measure sleet in Oklahoma. How high up on the rocking chair on the front porch. Check out this drift from Yukon. Corey sent this to us. Yeah, that sleet halfway up on the back of the rocking chair, the way it looks as the winds have been driving that sleet. That's what our crews have been reporting. It's almost like you're being sandblasted if you're out in these conditions. That rock hard, rock solid sleet pellet, and the winds 35 to 40. Now, winds will back off into the evening. Here's some of the highest reports we've had so far. 1.3 in Enid. It's all sleet. Holdenville, 1.25 inches. You've had some snow. You've had some freezing rain, but it's been a majority sleet, and that extends all the way down to southwestern Oklahoma of up to 1/2 inch. Temperatures right now about 11 with a wind chill of -8. As we head into the afternoon, we may warm a degree or two, but staying well below freezing. The precip winds down with wave 1. David was showing you the back edge of it, but just to let you know, wave number 2 is lurking back to our west. The energy with that system will cause more precip to move in from the south, and honestly, the next wave looks very similar to the one that we're just now kind of on the back edge of. First wave moves on through off towards the east. It becomes light sleet and light freezing rain, winds down. We may have some drizzle, as David mentioned, through the evening here in Oklahoma City, and then wave number 2 begins. Wave number 2 spreads to the north as we go through really midnight, about 1, 2 a.m., lasting until about 7, 8 a.m. in the metro, and then pushing off to the east. And still, the areas to the south and east is where we'll have the highest totals with this entire event, because that's where you're getting the precip for the longest out of both of these waves. We've already had over 1 inch of sleet, could have up to 2 for portions of south central and eastern Oklahoma, even back to the southwest with this next round coming in. Not a major ice storm for central Oklahoma. The sleet has won out, which is a good thing. There's still the potential with this next round and even into the evening today that we get 1/10 inch, 2/10 to up to 3/4 inch in a few areas. It won't be widespread, but in far eastern Oklahoma, southeastern parts of the state, that's where we would expect more widespread damage and power outages, unfortunately. Trace of snow expected. We've had some snow. We'll get some snow on the backside of the system tomorrow. This afternoon, teens for highs, again, feeling like the single digits. First round moves out. We'll be mostly dry into the evening. Back to the teens tonight. We'll kind of stay there. We don't really warm up or cool off much overnight. May have some light freezing drizzle, and then tomorrow, here comes wave number 1 just after midnight. May get some light snow in northwestern Oklahoma, but you've really missed out on the moisture with this system. Tomorrow afternoon into the 20s and 30s, and this thing's out of here. Tomorrow afternoon and evening, we'll see 31 for a high Friday, finally above freezing after a light wintry mix. Saturday afternoon, we warm it up. This thing will be history by next week, but in the meantime, we're locked in with the Arctic air, guys, and the roads are not good. Our trackers are out. We'll check back in with them in just a little bit.
All right, Lacey, thank you so much. Okay, we got to talk power outages. Check this out. Total number right now, 3885. That's OG&E, PSO, and OAEC. Not too terrible, but those numbers could rise.
Yes, absolutely. Most of them being with OG&E. They're in the Guthrie, northwest Oklahoma City area being affected right now.
You know what else? Here's the deal. It's not ice right now, but it's snow pellets, you know, the sleet. And so right this second, it's not caking up on there, but that is a possibility of our future. We got to take a break.